Welcome to the Nomad Network, your first stop for complete and comprehensive Chicago Bears football coverage. Dive deep into analyses, updates, and all things Bears. Subscribe to our YouTube channel today and never miss a beat. Thank you in advance for your support. We promise to bring you the best because together we're unstoppable. Go Bears.
Yo, no maniacs. Welcome into another edition of Some Extra Sauce. Put your kids away because we got a chef in the building today, and Kez is being greedy faced right now. He's eating. And man, I apologize in advance right now, man. I know we've been giving way too many apologies recently. Man, since the last time we talked, I have been pushed for time. I've been out there hustling. Had a little just hustling, man, trying to get us ahead a little bit. That's just best thing I can tell you. I've just been mad busy, so the show ain't gonna look quite like we've been how we usually do things, man. It's gonna be a little less of some of the stuff we do, man, tonight, just because I just didn't have time, man. I just flat out was pushed too hard this week, and I apologize in advance, but we'll get it right. We'll get it right. I promise you that. So adjustments necessary. We're still going to have a great show, man. Make sure you guys hit the subscribe, the like, and to share the content with people on all three channels, Kids Canuck, and on Sports Chicago Style, and, of course, here at the Nomad Network, man. But without further ado, let me pass it on to this hungry fella, and hopefully he won't eat the damn ball.
The ball will be ate today, man. Look, what it do, y'all, man? I'm going to apologize right off the bat because I'm hangry like you wouldn't believe. I went on a 3-day fast, and I'm calling it 3.5 because my son wouldn't let me eat for the better part of today. And at this point, I'm just eating whatever the hell I can eat. So all I can eat is soup. So you're going to catch me on the back end, just souping it up. I'm going to turn the camera off for a little while. I'm going to soup it up. When I'm done, I will be a much less hangry individual. At least I'd like to hope that I might be, because I'm cussing everybody out all day long, and it's ridiculous. But all that to say, the chef is here. I knew the chef is coming, and it was like, you know what? Like, if I don't get some level of sustenance in my body between now and the chef showing up, all bets are off, man. I'm going to lose my mind. Trust me. What it do, Danielle? What's cracking? Yo, trust me, man. That's where my that's where my headspace is right now. Just food. It was funny because my son was driving around today, and I was like, man, I gotta eat. Like, where you at? I want to get some food. Where you at? He's like, oh, I'm on the street. And like immediately my brain just went to all of the food joints near that street. It's like, you know what I mean? Like them cartoons where you just see that piece of chicken floating in the sky. You know what I'm saying there? Anyways, man, look, I'm so hungry. This chef gonna jump on and he's gonna cook us up something nice tonight. And we're gonna relax. We're gonna take it all in stride. But like I say, if you hear crunching and smacking in the background, there's a very valid reason for it.
Well, I'll just be real quick so you can tee up the chef right quick. Real quick, man. I've had a long last several days, but more recently, the last 48 hours, man, my mother's new place got broken into. You know, copper pipe stolen out of there, and they kicked in the door and broke a framing up on the door frame. The door, it was just a mess, man. And so, you know, she don't call me first thing, and I go over there, and police there. We doing all that stuff. It's just a shame, and show you how community works, though. The next door neighbor, who nobody knows really. I mean, he's a pastor somewhere. And he heard what was going on, heard about what was going on. And he came over there just on GP, gave her 3 really nice webcams to help out, you know, in case somebody else comes back in there, you know, help out with that situation. So got that going on, kind of fixed the door, framed it back up, you know, kind of secured it. Hopefully that they won't come through that door again. You know what I mean? But that's the price of you know, in a community where it's just poverty, man. People just do anything, man, try to get a dollar, man. You know what I mean? It's bad.
Well, shout out to your moms. Hopefully she took it all in stride. You know what I mean? That's terrible news. That's terrible that they got in there for long enough to actually get some copper out of there too, man. That's
3 or 4 in the morning, man.
Was she gone?
Yeah, nobody's there. I mean,
Okay.
she's rehabbing the house. Nobody's in there.
Okay, well that's kind of a positive thing in my mind, just because you know what I mean. You never know what could go on in that case scenario if she was actually there. So good. I'm glad she's safe and sound, and you know, unfortunate situation nonetheless. Hopefully the webcams help out. In today's world, sometimes you need to have that additional layer of security in situations like that. But man, sorry to hear that, man. That sucks.
Yeah, that's all right, man. She's cool now, man. She was just very, very animated, man. She's too old for all that kind of shit. So just calming her down. She's good. Also, man, I just give some people advice. People who live in Illinois, anybody that lives in Illinois, there's a like I'm one of those people. There's a sexy car time, sexy wheels time, and then there's a functional wheels time. So I found out there's a lot of cars out there for very cheap, just because of the storm damage we had that we was talking about a month ago, kids, about that big storm that came through.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of hail damaged cars, really nice cars with some hail damage on them, and they going for dirt cheap out here. And so I happened to luck into one of them. I didn't buy it yet, but we're gonna probably scoop that thing up probably tomorrow sometime, just for a few $1,000, man. It's a nice vehicle, bro. Really nice vehicle. If you're not into vanity, if you ain't got to be riding around and everything got to be sexy right now, man, this is functional time in life for me. You know what I mean? Get the sexy some other time, but right now it's functional.
Well, if you can get the functional on the low, maybe you can afford that sexy too, man. So that's kind of a good, always a good look. You know, in Canada we call it the winter beater. You know what I mean? You just get that thing you can afford to just leave on the side of the road, worst come to worst, because winter's an MF and it's going to destroy your sexy whip anyways. So, what it do, Skunk, man? Good to see you, bro.
I almost got one of them. I saw one of those for like a Honda Civic. It was 2012 for like $1,600, $1,400 or something.
Damn,
like that.
That's a good deal, man. That's a good deal. My son's looking at something like that right now, but you know, once you're in that range, sometimes you got to do special stuff to get that whip on the road. So he's kind of in the middle of all that. But that's his battle. My battle right now is soup.
All right, well, you better. I think the chef is about ready to help you.
Speaking of soup, let's see what the chef got going on.
Chef Trips. Chef Trips. Chef Trips. Chef Trips. A motherfucker in the kitchen. And it will be beautiful.
Hey,
What
chef.
up? What you got?
Hello. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you, bro. We got you. Live and direct.
Welcome to the kitchen of Chef Trips. I am your owner and proprietor, Chef Trips, or as you may know me for some extra sauce on the last Wednesday of the month, a MF'er in the kitchen. For tonight's live cooking menu, I will be preparing crunch wraps inspired from the In and Out burger, and they will be beautiful.
Name them again, chef. What was the name of them?
These are crunch wraps,
Okay,
inspired from the restaurant chain of the In and Out burger.
interesting.
Damn. I'm real
So,
glad. I told you. I'm real glad I got the soup going right now because you're about to blow it up. You go, chef.
He's a fool for burgers.
well, the camera, please, onto the subject of the morning, or the evening, wherever you are tuning in from. And for the meat, I will be utilizing right here the Wagyu's ground beef. It's 75% lean and 25% fat. And this was about $8-9, because I know somebody will ask. So we're gonna cut that open, and then also while we're cutting this open, we will be utilizing our induction cooktop with the skillet. So we turn that to a medium heat, and we get that to warming up.
$8 or $9 for Wagyu beef, man. Someone say that's a steal.
Well, we're not going to ask what truck it fell off of or how many fingers the discount was for. But yes, that is a good price nowadays, as the meat prices are through the roof. But also for this recipe, you can utilize any of the ground beef that you have, or you can also utilize the ground turkey.
Yeah, especially beef. Beef is kind of rich right now.
Yes, it is. And so we will be breaking it up as it starts to get its sizzle on. And then as we break it up to make it more of the in and out inspired, we will be adding a layer of the yellow mustard.
Hey, chef, what's like what makes Wagyu special? Any idea?
I heard that it has a passport from Japan.
Okay, well, I knew it was from Japan, but like, you know, one would think a cow in North America versus a cow in Japan. You know?
Well, there are the specifics, but I do not know those offhand in my memories.
Okay.
I had a side-by-side burger test when I was in Atlanta. I didn't really notice the difference. I'm
sure somebody in the chat will be able to let us know, because I do know that the people observing on the Nomad Network and on Kids the Canuck or at Sports Chicago Style are very educated. And if not, they know how to look shit up.
It won't be Ron Winarski, because he only knows about lion meat.
Well, those titties that can be tainted meat. I keep warning them, Ron. Those titties are very tainted over there in the toilet. But also, now that we have our layer of the yellow mustard, we will continue to break it up and let it brine from there. No other seasonings are necessary.
This is getting interesting already. I had no idea what this concept is.
And now also, for those paying attention, please be sure to also subscribe to my own personal channel on the YouTube at Chef Trips. And it is directly from the kitchen of the Chef Trips, as we will now be adding a new menu cooking item of the instant pots. And so different recipes utilizing that kitchen cooking tool. So look forward to that at Chef Trips there on the YouTubes. Thank you.
Right. All right.
So now we still have our medium heat going, and we have a nice slow brown. There's no need to increase the heat, no need to rush it, as we are not trying to get it crispy. We just want it cooked with the flavor as much as possible still within the meat.
You got a question from the chat. Ron Winarski wants to know, will you add grated cheese, Chef?
That is a thumbs up for the Ron Winarskis.
All right.
There will be cheese involved, and of course, in your own kitchen, it will be whatever cheese you decide, if you so desire.
Well, Chef, I know one thing that won't be in it.
What is that, sir?
Those chicken bones kids eating right now.
You better suck that bone. And I know something else that will not be in there, Mr. Nomad, and we know what that is, do we not?
You got me flat-footed.
Sardines.
Mm.
Yeah, that might have gave it a little more flavor there right about now. Got mustard in there.
It will definitely give it something.
I'll give it salmonella.
And that is something. And so now you see that the seasonings that are in the yellow mustard are now throughout the meat as it browns. So all of those seasonings and spices are now transferred into our beef. That's why we do not need any other of the additional spices or seasonings.
Okay. It's cooking now. Okay.
Because when we did add the yellow mustard, it really cooled down the skillet because that was coming directly from the refrigerator. So the browning that was taking place was paused a little bit. But that never you worry, because now you see that the simmering is now full of the mustard juice.
I can't imagine what this smells like.
It smells very pungent. It opens up the nostrils, so it's like a little bit of a smelling salt. But not offensively.
I don't know if I've
but
ever.
it opens you up.
I bet. I don't know if I've ever used mustard outside of a grill.
Oh no?
No, not in a dish like this.
It's surprisingly effective. I use it. My wife uses it actually mostly on salmon when we cook salmon. She has it works out really well. Strangely. And I'm not even really a mustard guy per se, but it works very well.
Shout out to Benjamin Williams, just busted up in here.
What up, Ben? What it do? What it do?
Skunk Me Civic, True Pilgrim. Shout out to you guys.
Hello to ones and all. We welcome you to another fun-filled, exciting episode of a MF'er in the kitchen. And yes, that is me. I am that MF'er. Thank you very much.
He is.
I see it's giving off a little fluid there now. Now it's cooking down a little bit.
What that is the 25% of the fat.
Okay.
So there will be a little juicy. But that is goody.
Okay.
Because now that we see that all of the pink is out, the meat is done.
Okay.
So it's nice and tender. So what we will do, we will turn off our heat, and we will remove our meat, but we are not draining the fat just yet.
All righty.
Where is my spoon? There it is, right there. There we go. So we will drain. It does not have to be perfect, but we want to give it a little jiggle to let the grease out. But we don't need to put it on a paper towels or anything.
All right.
Because the next part of our crunch wrap, we will be utilizing some of this fat because of the flavor and its further usefulness.
All right. This is interesting. Very interesting.
And you can do this in one pan, one skillet.
Beef.
And not too long of a time.
Beef and mustard. Let's do this.
Has anyone offered the difference of the Waggle's beef?
No, not yet.
Nah, it just look like beef to me. It's a little
I'm
suspect.
surprised the Crimson has not known this because we know that he knows.
Oh,
I mean-
Crimson's late to the dance tonight. What it do, Smitty Q?
I mean, an Asian steer is a little bit different. Some of those are different breeds, kind of the same thing, but kind of made a little different.
Okay, now that we get all of our meat out, and now in the skillet here is basically nothing but the fat moving around. We want to get the most of the meat out as possible.
You think them Asian steers know kung fu?
I don't know. That's a panda.
Moo ya!
Kung Moo.
Okay, now, hung low. Now we move our beef to the side for now. And we can put the heat back on the medium after we turn the power on. We want to keep it nice and easy. And we want to introduce into the remnants our slice of onions.
You know
We
what,
want
Chef?
to give it a little bath on the one side real quick. And then we want to get it to flip over there in it as well. And then move it around. And then let that sizzle there. Then we're going to do two. So we'll put that there. And then move that around a little bit. Let that get all up in there. Like that. Then in there like that. And then not only do we have the beef fat from the meat over here, we will add a splash of the Worcestershire sauce directly onto the onion.
Hey, you know what, Chef? There's a
Yes.
Facebook friend of mine that has a YouTube page. Can't think of his name, but he's in Winnipeg, and he made a dish like some similar to this with potatoes, pork and beans, and he squeezed mustard in it, and he swears by it.
All right, that is probably very, very good.
Real talk, it's probably the biggest thing going in Winnipeg.
Now the right here, we got these nice slices of the onion with our nice onion slicer. And it stabs in there, and then we can cut them equally and evenly to get nice thick cuts.
I thought that was an Afro pick for a second, but
That's what I did.
Power to the people.
oh, that was classic.
Angela Davis.
And we roll like Avis, rent a car, get there, y'all.
The phrase of there are no white devils in this kitchen obviously has multiple meanings.
It's too funny.
Now that we want to leave our onions nice and still and let them soften and caramelize as a whole, because we want to keep them as a whole. We don't want to break it up. So we just let them go and just let them do their thing. And we're on a medium heat, so we're not going to do it too high or too low. Nice and slow, because that's the way. She likes it.
I bet you those steel picks like that, boy, used to tear people's scalp up, boy, back in the day.
Even with the hot iron. Now, while our onions are going, we also have ready our wraps. So we are utilizing whole wheat wraps, burrito wraps.
You know what, Chef?
Yeah,
You're a very interesting guy. You know that?
I do. But why do you say that?
Just thinking of stuff out of the box like this.
Well, we have to eat every day, so we need to enjoy our meals as much as possible, utilizing the same foods that we normally eat, like onions and ground beef and burrito wraps. But we're going to make them in a different way with a few different flavors to make them more fun. And now with our wraps, we're going to make a slit from one side toward the middle. Then we're going to stop there at the middle. And then since we're doing two, we're going to do it one more again. Yes, sir.
Chef, you ever seen the movie Shaft with Samuel L. Jackson?
I have.
No?
You said yeah.
Oh, he did?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. Remember the guy, the Latino guy that was in the jail cell with the white guy?
Peoples
Hernandez. And he was looking at the white guy. He said, "You an interesting motherfucker." You know that? You an interesting motherfucker. That's kind of what I think of you right now. You an interesting motherfucker.
Now these are breaking up a little bit here with it. Don't worry, that is beautiful. That is beautiful. Now we let this side go as well.
Oh, so the onion's giving you that crunch too. I can see where you're going.
As well as some other things. Okay. So now as the onion is still softening, we can now prepare our wrap. So I have earlier prepared some of the in and out sauce. And it contains a half a cup of the mayonnaise of your choice, or you could substitute the plain Greek yogurt.
Okay.
But then also 3 tablespoons of ketchup, 1 tablespoon of yellow mustard, 1 tablespoon of the white vinegar, 2.5 tablespoons of the sweet pickle relish. And if you have dill relish, put in a little bit of sugar or to add a little sweetness. And then a dash of salt and pepper. And then you make this ahead of time and let it chill out in the refrigerator for at least a day or 12 hours or so. Yes.
So it's close to like a tartar sauce.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Because you can use it, for your French fries or your tater chips.
Yeah.
Or anything you would like to, to have a little sauce on.
Yeah.
So we spread that out. Nice and thick over there. And now we can pause on our onions because we do not want them overcooked, but the skillet, the heat that is in there is good. Because as I turned them over, we saw how softened the other side was. So the current side that they're on are doing just fine. To add to that crunch, like the kids, the Canucks has said, but that is not all. There are 3 levels of crunch, as you will see.
Oh, word. All right.
So we get this smeared out there because we like the sauce.
I don't know. Is my jeans getting tight thinking about how this is going to come together?
Not me, man.
All right, so now that we got our sauce, we can remove this from the area. We clean as we go and get shit out of the way. So now, we remember where our slits are.
Mm-hmm.
And it probably is easier to do one at a time now. So we'll work with this one here. And we will add our, it's still in here. Here it is. Now we will add our sharp cheddar cheese.
Uh-oh. How we getting there? Now we getting there.
Oh, he's not
nice.
playing.
Little layer there. And smooth it out there. Little bit there. Little bit more there. Beautiful. And now we will take our onion. And put it over here. And then on top of the onion, we will add some pickles.
Mm.
And then to give it a little bit of a more Chicago flavor, I will be adding some optional for use, some of the mild jardineras.
I knew it.
We'll put those over here. Not too many, just for a little bit of added flavor.
This thing is gonna have some twang, twang, twang.
And then on this side over here, we will add, of course, some of our Wagyu beef or whatever meat you are utilizing. We'll spread that out there on this side. Even some steak or grilled chicken, whatever kind of protein you desire. Maybe some beautiful grilled fish or some fried fish or some baked fish.
Mm-hmm.
So now we will add another level of crunch by utilizing some tortilla chips. Now you can use corn chips or you can skip this part totally. We put those right there. We'll lay those on top of the jardinera on that little quadrant there. And then we'll come back to this side over here for a little bit more crunch. And then we add another little bit of cheese on top to make it a little bit sticky. We like it when it's sticky, cats.
See, Chef, I'm a little too lazy, man. I would probably just do all this in a
Now,
blender.
we fold it up carefully to right there. Then we give it a little smush down. And then we give it a turn carefully. And then we fold this part up to this side like this. On top of the onion. And then we bring over all together to the last quadrant over here. And give it a little smush. Not too much smush, not too much. And now we come to our skillet. And we want to give the crunch wrap a little crunch around the wrap. So we go back to our skillet over here, and we go nice, medium, low, and then we start it there. And then we can still utilize the same grease in there, as the tortilla will absorb it up.
You know, Chef, I've never had a crunch wrap.
Well, it is a beautiful thing. And then we leave that in there, and we will let it crunch up. And now, since I put sauce on the other, we go ahead and make another for those that did not see it the first time. So we have our tortilla. We have our sauce. Now we add cheese. After the slit is in, whatever kind of cheese you prefer.
Mm-mm.
And then we add our onion to this side over here. Get up there, you meats. Get up there. And then we add the pickles on top of the onion.
People are quiet because they're interested.
You're damn straight.
Very nice, very nice. And on this one, no of the extra jardineras. So we will just go with the meat.
I can't wait to show this to my
Then we let that all of the drainage, and we put that on the floaty part right there.
Missy, are you watching? Let me get you up on this.
Put that in there, and then our other layer of crunchy crunchies with a few tortilla chips.
Ron says you're missing the line meat, bro.
I told you, the rancid meat. The Ron is a little bit upset with the kitty meat. I do not know what it is, but sir, there are other flavors to enjoy. We will dine on the lion meat of the sweet kitties twice a season. Other than that, no. No, thank you. So now that we have our crunchy crunchies, now we add a little bit more of the binder, which is the cheese, to make it all stick together, or help it stick together.
Welcome
So
in.
now we have that there, and then we'll take this side here, and woohoo, hold that up there, then give it a little bitty turn there, and then woohoo, stuff it in there. Then we'll turn it back this way, and then woohoo, right there. Give it a little smush, but not too much. And then we'll put that in there with that other grease and let it absorb. And then once it's absorbed, a little bit there.
You gonna flip
There.
it?
Now we will increase the heat a little bit to fry them and crisp them up. Now that they're both utilizing that that fat still again. And then for the tops, as we increase the heat a little bit to medium, we will give a little bit of a spray there.
Making a fan, chef. You got a
What are you
fan.
spraying it with? What are you spraying it with?
This is just a little extra untouched, or AKA virgin olive oil.
Okay.
Hey, chef, you just
This
made
is just the same thing in the spray bottle as the same thing in the big bottle.
Okay.
Chef.
What was that, there, Nomad?
You just made a fan here, man. Marcus gave me a great compliment. He said this is great technique, and he's gonna try it.
Thank you very much.
Marco
Make sure that you subscribe to the channel for other interesting ideas at Chef Trips on the YouTubes.
I'm in with him, man. I'm definitely gonna give this a go, or at least maybe I will trick the wife to do it. One or the other.
That's what you're gonna do.
I'll try that one for that one first. If it doesn't work, I'll give up and I'll just do it my damn self, which is usually how things go around here. But anyhow,
I might have went with some cheese around the outside of it, around the edges of it, so nothing falls out or something.
So I'm a psychopath, and I love the air fryer. I would have just slapped that baby in the air fryer at the end.
Yeah,
but I see what he's doing. He's getting all that extra flavor from the pan. So I'm with it.
Why waste it?
Yeah, man.
That is it exactly. That's why when you utilize whatever meat you use, remember that if you do use very, very lean meat like a turkey or another fowl, that it will not have a lot of the excess fat. But you don't want to have a meat with too much fat either. So 25%, maybe even 15% if you're nasty.
You can feed about a family of 5 with like $30 doing this.
Well, the onion specifically was a white onion, and so that was about $1 or so each. And then the meat was about $8, as we say. The cheese was about $4 or so, and then the pickles, were part of a jar. And then the sauce was the kitchen staples in there. Woohoo! Give that a nice little flip. Woohoo!
That old cast iron, boy, never let you down.
And then we let that crisp up there. So yes, now once this other side is done, this will also be crispy as well. The outer sides.
That looks good.
So there are many different ways to customize it, and many different ways to make it your own. So I do encourage everybody to try, especially something that the kids can enjoy, because you can have many of these same ingredients, but customize them for different and/or picky eaters or those with medical requirements or restrictions.
Hey, chef, Mark must have just got here. He wants to know what sauce you use.
What?
The sauce you used?
The sauce was this was a mixture of the mayonnaise or plain Greek yogurt, And with the ketchup, yellow mustard, white vinegar, sweet pickle relish, or if you use dill relish, a sweetener, and a little bit of salt and pepper. And you mix it all up and let it, the flavors melt together for several hours at least.
And so that's kind of an In-N-Out version of a burger sauce.
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Once again, never had an In-N-Out burger.
Me neither. We don't have In-N-Out in Canada. That's why I was sort of interested in what you were going to put down here today. And I'm real glad that I saw it. You know what else I'm glad about? I'm so glad I ate before this, man, because damn. Jeez. That looks delicious, bro.
I ate about 4:30. I should have waited.
You're hurting now, I bet you. I'm
gonna bite the shit out of one of these.
Regret.
Take a little look, nice and golden brown. And so now that we see that they are beautiful underneath, we can turn off our heat.
Fight wife. Kill wife.
They look very satisfying, man.
Regrets.
And now, just to give it a little dab for the excess of grease, put a little towel there. Little dab, 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 dab. You know, this is also a optional step if you prefer to have the grease on there, because it is not drippy, but you can see what came off.
Thank you, Mark. Man, please do us a favor and give us a subscribe on all 3 channels, please, if you don't mind.
That'd be great.
On all 4 channels, please include the chef's channel, as well as the not only the sports Chicago style, but at Chef Trips as well.
That's
so now
that's the new recipes, Mark.
Mm-hmm. And that's the excess grease that you can see we took off after being in the skillet. So we give those a minute. And something about hot pickles, cold pickles, they are always delicious.
Just eat them.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Oh, yep, those are hot. Those are hot.
Mm-hmm. You ready for your money shot yet, Chef?
One moment. Give him a moment to relax and settle down. And then now,
even True Pilgrim's bowing down. Is it not gonna lie? That looks good. You're damn straight. That looks delicious. Don't play around.
Okay, now we can do a little bit here and a little bit up there so we can see how it looks on the inside with a beautiful bite. Hello! So, we saw that. Let me bring the plate closer, as it will be a little there. So now we can point it downward, and there's a little drippy drippy. That is very nice. Hold on, let me get a little bit deeper so I can get a big piece of the onion. I have to put the plate down.
You hungry, Sean? No, chefing it up.
I know it's good. I know it's good.
Look at the food. Look at the food. Look at the food.
All right.
Wow. This is oozing.
Chef is just eating, man. He's loving this.
As we see.
What up, Chrome boy?
There will be some drippage, whether it be the sauce or the grease or whatever. But you see the pickle in there, then the layer of meat, and then the crunch with the chips, then the cheese. You get back in there. But
Yeah.
you see how soft that onion is? and how sweet of the natural caramelization comes out with the pickle and the melted cheese and the sauce, and it comes together beautifully.
So not everybody's Canadian. I'm the resident Canuck. Ked's a Canuck. The remainder here are Chicagoans representing.
And you make sure that you are not driving when you eat this.
You might crash your whip.
That's most things made in Chicago. You better not be.
This is the one with the mild jardineras.
Okay, you got a little kick now.
Yes. And it's like, surprise, hello. So the flavors that are in there,
Yes,
once
sir.
you fold them over a few times and they come together, it is a very beautiful thing.
About the only thing I can ride and eat with around here is a Polish. Everything else I need to pull up somewhere.
You know, you can't not eat a Polish in public. Somebody pull up next to you and get a camera shot.
Man, they're gonna get one. I'm just gonna be a meme because I'm eating that Polish. Best believe
But
it.
yes, are there any other questions?
Oh, my man is out from the southern Oregon coast, Mark O'Connor. We have another guy from Oregon out here. His name is what's his name? Crimson. Is Crimson you dig?
Is Crimson from Oregon?
No, he's not from Oregon. I take that back. He's in Washington State.
He's from Washington State. That's what I thought. In Seattle.
He's in Washington State. So close enough.
See, I'm not a geography guy, like straight up and down. I'm not a big colorer. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't do great in geography class.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh man, that looks so good.
This is isn't this keto friendly?
No, not at all. But you go.
Okay.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
I'm
it
lying. I'm lying to you. It actually is pretty damn close.
Very
to
keto friendly because he has the wheat tortilla.
I would have to agree. The only thing I would remove from this is simply the ketchup in the sauce. That's it. Everything else is pretty well natural, right? You're not a little bit of fat in that.
Now you're being a little prickly. You gotta let some things go.
No, damn it, no. You know what I mean? I'm just playing around. But either way, just there's a little bit of sugar in the ketchup, and that's like one of the things that you would probably want to keep out. But I mean, live a little is what Nomad is saying.
Yeah, a little bit.
Well, don't you have some kind of keto ketchup?
There actually is, and it's not terrible. Yo, shout out to the people at Heinz. I have to give them a little bit of props on this one. They have a sugar-free ketchup that, like, at first two tastes you might be like, oh, this ain't like legit, but it's not bad. It's like it's not bad, man. Really got to put that out there. So
then you substitute the keto ketchup for the regular ketchup.
Yeah.
Didn't know that, man. Might have to get into that.
Yeah, no, man. Like I'm telling you, it is surprisingly good. I was shocked. Like, I was mad the first two times I had it, but by the third time, the reality is that by the third time, most of the sugar was out of my system. So things just weren't like things that were sweet were extra sweet, and it's pretty close, man. I really gotta say.
So you
and
arrived.
Also another substitution. If you have the tostadas instead of corn chips, you can utilize those, or you can use a different flavor of the Doritos. So if there's a flavor that you like, you can customize those as well.
Damn, chef, you
Crunch
really
wrap.
doing it though. That's crazy.
Crunch wraps can go all kinds of different places, huh?
That's crazy, chef. You on some real stuff right now.
So yes, that is what it is. Are there any other questions or comments before I get out of here?
All right, man. We got a little information in here. We got a little sales. Opportunity here. No maniacs. Anybody that's going out west, out in the Seattle area. Mark says if you ever travel out this way, he's got a little bed and breakfast out there listed on Furnish Finder. You can find it with the keywords country studio, band in Oregon. You and crew members can get a free something.
He said a free week if you cook like this for me. You know what? I ain't the chef, but I'll do my best chef impression from in the neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? Trust me.
Okay, we can come back up to me now.
All right, let's go see what the chef has to say. Y'all cleaned up there, chef? We don't want any nasties. You look great. You look great. There you go.
So I hope that you enjoyed this recipe and that you customize it with any of the many ways possible with either the meats, whatever kind of onion, if you do not have the white onion, whatever kind of cheeses, and whatever kind of ingredients for the sauce, whether they be the keto or the regular or diet free, or whatever kind of sauce you choose. But then the chips, customize those or leave them out. That is totally optional. Because remember, when in your kitchen, you are the chef. And you have to make use of the ingredients that you have access to and for your dietary requirements and or restrictions. But you can utilize many of the same ingredients, but in different forms to give a little bit of different flavor. Cheese, tortilla wraps, some ground beef, and an onion, and some sauce. But it is made in a way that maybe you have not tried it before, and considering that you have to eat every day, and it's the same foods, try something different. Live a little. If you do not like it, maybe change it up a little bit more, or guess what? Never make it again if you don't want to. But give it a shot, and it might be part of your rotation. So be sure to subscribe to my channel, please, at Chef Trips here under YouTube's, and then Sports Chicago Style for all of our other Bears and sports related videos and informations. And then a shout out to the Nomad Network and to at Kids the Canucks. And to everybody listening and watching, whether it be live right now or later on at another time. I hope you do try the recipe and go to the website at Sports Chicago Style for all of the ingredients and the instructions. So until the last Wednesday of the month of the next time, so that will be in the month of July, I will invite you into the kitchen again for another episode of a MF'er in the kitchen. Bye.
There goes that chef,
man. Thank you so much, man.
There goes that chef. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Damn it.
You got it.
Yeah, he's giving us that extended wave. You got to appreciate a guy. You got to appreciate a guy. Hey, man, that was awesome. The chef crushed it, or crunched it, if you will. Mark,
right. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, Mark, you, by all means, subscribe to the channel. That's the easiest way to get yourself a little alert. And you'll know when we're going live right from that. Same token, feel free to do the same thing on the other two channels, and that should prompt you for an alert too. Again, Sports Chicago Style, Kez the Canuck, right here on YouTube. All the above will get you notied up.
Well, you can, a long way of doing it, Mark. You can go to the homepage and where you subscribe. If you go down that same line of information, right down that same line, it'll let you know if you want to turn on alerts. So you can go right to the homepage on YouTube. You'll see it.
There you go. Shout out to YG that just jumped in too. Man, that, like, I'm so glad I ate, because I honestly know, man, I would be so mad right now.
Biting on the fucking desk, wouldn't you?
I might be smashing this table, bro. I wish I was lying to you. I was angry today. And my wife looked at me. She's like, I don't like you when you're angry. You know, you're an asshole. I was like, I'm a hungry asshole. Anyways,
I don't know if I get angry. I get I don't know what I get, but I don't know if I can associate anger with it.
Dog, it was easily anger. I wish I could call it something else. I couldn't call it anything else other than that. I was walking around here just mad, and the other thing I can say is it put me into a level of focus that I'm surprised about. I powered through work today like a gangster. You know what I mean? I had work to do. I was up early, got up early, got right into it, and next thing I knew it was 6 o'clock. I was like, oh, my fast is over. Whew. You know what I mean? I made a bunch of money today. Everything went great, except at 6, I'm expecting to eat. And my son's like, no, you can't like just fast for 3 days and just go have food. You gotta slow your roll and ease into it and have like some broth or some a smoothie. And I'm like, are you kidding me? I want a steak and shit. But he brought me a smoothie, but wouldn't let me eat for like 2 hours after that. And I'm like, this is crazy, man.
How about that? The kids teaching you discipline.
Man, I'm ready. 3 days of discipline is good discipline. On day 3, I'm trying to be like, let me get a little reward for my hard work. Nothing.
You'll never be able to survive a 30-day.
Oh no, I'll just do it if I have no other recourse. A 30-day?
A 30-day fast.
Shoot. Well,
I did it once.
Really? That's crazy.
Once.
Best I've done is a full 7 days. I did a full 7 days, but that's when I was like full keto, been keto for about 2 or 3 months, and I just wasn't hungry. So all it was water. I think the last day I actually ate just hard-boiled eggs in the morning, and that was like the end of it. But I haven't done like a 30-day. That's crazy. But I feel all right, man. I feel good. I gotta say, I feel good. It's just that my brain would just want to punch people in the face is all,
I remember one time I did like a 7-day, and so you do it, and so you eat nothing until I forget what time, and then you eat. And man, dude, like you never know how much food can be a shock to the system until you're deprived of it and you eat a lot of it. Like one time, like right after the fast, me and my boy Frankie went to Arby's. I don't even fucking like Arby's. Man, all that food was so good, man. I ate just about everything they had on the menu, it seemed like. It's a shame how much food I ate, and I felt terrible. He's just like, man, you're doing it the wrong way. You gotta, even when you get to eat the food, you gotta be disciplined about it.
And that's what he was trying to impart to me. So the upside is like I was in agreement, and I was like, look, let me eat something light, because that's what he suggested originally. You get some light food, some light. I'm like, okay, so like soup is pretty light. Let me get some soup. It'll just have vegetables in it, and we're good. And my boy's like, no, you can't have soup with vegetables. And I was like, what else is there? Like, what could I really eat here? He's like, you can have this here bone broth. And I'm like, you gotta be kidding me, bro. So me and him argued for at least an hour and a half about whether I should be eating this bone broth or not. I was like, that's not happening. I'm not eating the bone. That's just drink. If I'm gonna drink, at least put some vegetables in it so I can crunch. Like some sprouts would be good. I'll live with sprouts. Anyways, long story short, got me some delicious pho, mostly just just sprouts and vegetables and what have you. And I'm good, man. I'll be good for the day. And tomorrow I will try. I'll probably go from now until about 2:30 tomorrow with intermittent, and keep it moving, man. But yeah,
dog, you clearly have never had a good season. Like that's an entree meat. I mean bone broth. Like people that do that shit, man, that shit is so savory and so fulfilling. Man, dude, it is. I had some in Midtown in Atlanta one time. I really didn't even need to eat after that. It was so good.
Really?
I had one of those little crusty breads to go with. I forget what they call them things, French bread, Italian bread, whatever it was, crusty as hell. You dipping in it.
Probably a baguette.
Whatever it was good. It was so good, man.
Well, I wasn't allowed to have no damn baguettes. You see what I'm saying? Like, it was just drink this shitty broth and like it. I'm not. 3 days later, man, I'm not really into it, man. But let me continue on down this path, and I'll definitely do another one of these because it wasn't that bad. Wasn't that bad. I got through it relatively easily. I could do this again. I could do a longer period of time, but when I'm done, I need to, you know what I'm saying? I need to get some. I need a reward. And something.
I know how you feel, man. I know how you feel.
You know what I mean?
But discipline, my boy. Discipline.
Yeah. It's a thing.
About that rap though, man. About that rap. The whole time he was making that and putting that together, I just Pepper Jack Cheese was just calling my name.
Oh, that would have been dope on there. No,
I don't buy Pepper Jack Cheese that often, but I could see the flavor profiles, and I know that would have been.
Well, when he said the Doritos thing, I was like, real talk, that would be nuts. You know what I mean? You put some Cool Ranch on there, you got a whole different flavor You could make 4 or 5 of these and have them be real, like completely different, but bomb each way around. Like, wow, you know what I'm saying? Cool Ranch, a little
I'd have probably went with some chili corn chips.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you could do the chili corn chips. You could do the hot Takis even.
Yeah,
give it a real kick.
Yeah, Takis, the flaming hot Doritos. I mean Cheetos. Man. That could have went wild different places.
Yeah, you could do some different things with this. I'm just, as soon as he said it, I was like, you could really that's a truck. That's a food truck right there. Just that alone.
Wow.
Dog. Man, I'm impressed.
All right. You wanna get on some food? Something I think you might be interested in.
All right, let's do this.
Just a little bit.
Oh, wait a second.
And right on time, here he comes. Here's Triple R.
Speaking of food.
Playing hooky. Been playing hooky on us, huh?
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, my bad. Was running a little bit late. You had technical issues transferring over. But a shout out over there to Kitchen Chef Trips.
Mm-hmm.
Chef did his thing. I knew he was doing something crunch wrap related, kids. You know, he said when we had the production meeting last week. But yeah, it looked good to me. What'd you think?
Your boy blew it up again, man. I'm telling you, I was on a fast. I knew he said something about In-N-Out Burger and crunch wraps and stuff. I was so mad because if I didn't get some level of sustenance between, you know, fasting and Chef Trip, all bets are off. I don't know what my performance here tonight was going to look like. What it do, Joseph Archer. Big ups to Queen M who jumped in here too.
We were in here basically re-engineering the chef's thing with some extra ingredients like some pepper jack cheese, Takis, and all kind of different shit.
Yeah,
Say what?
We can do some things with that, man. I'm telling you, that's a damn food truck all by itself.
You know, just that one dish with the different customizations. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. You flip it a couple of different ways. People are happy. Everybody, you standing outside a party or a business park. You could clean up with that, man. You could really make some good paper.
Crunch Wrap Shack.
Yeah. Ooh, even got a name too. Look at that.
Crunch Wrap Shack. You know, did your kids eat the same thing growing up, or did one was a picky eater and they couldn't, you know, decide on the same kind of cheese, the same kind of meats, and the same kind of fillings and toppings?
Well, one is more picky than the other. One, which means that my son will eat anything under the sun, and my daughter might not. You know what I mean?
How it goes,
there will be a variety of crunch wrap that you could customize for that she would consume, though.
You gotta drill every damn thing in the house down with a son in the house.
Oh,
No,
dog,
no.
see, now here's where we are. So he's back, and when he left, he was a vegan. So when he left, I'd experienced for about a year this pleasurable thing where I'd open my fridge and there'd actually be food in there. I was like, what's going on here? For about a year. After that, now he's back, bro. My fridge is empty all over again. I can't.
What happened to that vegan thing? Went out the window, huh?
Well, they do their best to push that out your system when you go play football in a, like, you know, in a higher capacity. Once you're out there, it's like no. And like, to make matters worse, he's out west where all they cook is steak. There's steak everywhere.
Well, vegans can eat pasta too, man.
Yeah, he'll eat
protein.
Right now, he'll eat everything, and that's
protein.
But he needed protein to put on.
Those muscles.
You need to go turkey.
You ain't pushing the offensive lineman around eating cabbage.
I kept
turkey and deer hunting. You need to put a big ass slab of meat in there and just say, hey, man, go cut you a piece of that shit and cook it.
Bruh, he been doing, like I'm saying, my fridge empty, but he's been pushing up. He's been pushing good weight, man. He's been pushing good weight. So there's that. But
turkey, bro.
I'm poor again. So
buy him a turkey, man. Throw that mug in.
I have a fridge full of meat. Like I told you a couple months ago, I invested in a whole bunch of meat for the next, for 6 months. 6 months worth of meat is just sitting there. So he's doing a great job of just eating me out of house and home. And thank you for coming back.
Yeah, you just missed it, King. He just left the stage. Chef Boyardee.
Yeah, man, you just missed him. You missed some Crunch Wrap love, man. He did a damn great job. See, Ron Bernarski. You missed the King. We have the lion meat Crunch Wrap. See,
some ground lion meat, some Wagyu lion
lion meat, man.
All right, we got some more food coming up right now, man. How about this, man? I went to Trinidad for this one.
Oh, you did a double, didn't you? No, you did stewed chicken. Okay. All right, let's go with stewed chicken. Ingredients: coconut oil, green onions, garlic, Scotch bonnet peppers. Ooh, you got me right there. Pink salt, bell peppers, onions, brown sugar, green season. Oh, I never knew there was brown sugar. That makes so much sense. Plum tomatoes, ketchup, pimento peppers, Worcestershire sauce, and chicken thighs.
Break this down for us, kids.
I will. So I've definitely had this. My stepmom is from Trinidad. May she rest well. She I'm very partial to the Jamaican side of Caribbean food, but I have a special place in my heart for Trinidadian food. The Trinidadians know what they're doing. If you know a Trinidadian, go visit their crib and make them make you some, because they put a lot of love in that food, man. I really have to say, especially on a Sunday. Go on a Sunday. They don't play around. But I never noticed, I never clued into the brown sugar in this dish until just now. This actually makes so much more sense given what I was eating. The ketchup is, I've recreated this dish myself without the brown sugar, to be honest with you. But I couldn't figure out what I was missing, and it was ketchup and plum tomatoes. Those were the two little ingredients I was missing. Found them in my fridge, threw them in there just from a taste perspective, and boom, you get that just original flavor. This is a very distinct dish. The Scotch bonnet peppers gives it just a little bit of kick, but you want to take those out. I would only suggest you put Scotch bonnet in there to simmer. Right, once it gets to a boil, the flavor will come out of the Scotch bonnet pepper. It'll sort of make its way through the dish, but you want to get it the heck out of there before it explodes. If the Scotch bonnet explodes, you may have problems on the throne tomorrow. Just saying.
It was said to me that the way to start this dish every time has to be put coconut oil in,
and then put the brown sugar in and let it caramelize. Let it
Okay.
get brown, and you kind of got to burn it a little
Yep.
bit. And everything else goes after that.
That's like the basis of the flavor profile. And like I'm saying, it's the one thing that I didn't clue into. The recipe that I had didn't include brown sugar for some reason. And the whole time I was like, I'm not sure that it's missing something, man. It's missing something. I can boil the hell out of some hot dogs, Cajun style. Let the water boil out. Okay, you get that little crisp.
And, I'm patient enough for this dish right here,
brother.
to see it come together.
With patience comes a fantastic meal, because this,
you got to marinate the chicken first in those green seasoning and that some coconut oil and all that stuff. You got to marinate that thing. They say overnight is the best thing to do, but you get it for a few hours. Good.
You don't have to. You could, like, you
best thing
could.
to do for a dish like this.
I would say you could. Like, the thing is, all of that stuff is going to transfer to the chicken anyhow. It's really just a question of how long. Like, what's funny?
The important thing I think here is chicken thighs.
Yeah,
those are flavorful anyway.
Yeah.
So yes, the marinade, will enhance it, but not like if it's like a breast or some, dry ass piece of white meat.
What's funny is, like, this particular dish is twice as good the day after. Like, no lie, right? For almost exactly the reason that you're saying.
Yeah, it just give it a little time to get together. It just tastes better.
But this is also that dish to where, Kez pointed out, you miss one ingredient, it's like this won't taste right.
Mm-hmm.
And Scotch bonnet peppers, you got to have them. The brown sugar, you may say, I'm gonna leave it out. Don't. Well, I ain't got no plum tomatoes, or get some.
Yeah.
Pimento peppers, what that is, find out and get them, because if you use a different kind of pepper, it's gonna taste different. So
you can substitute the plum tomatoes with, like, even just canned tomatoes if you have it, or diced tomatoes if you have it in a can. Same type of thing. It's just a flavor profile that has to be in this dish, and you really wouldn't. Like I say, when I was cooking it, I didn't understand what I was missing, and I was like, it's something acidic. It's gotta be, you know what I mean? And I kind of fumbled around and figured out tomatoes and threw it in there, and it straightened out the dish. But yeah.
Hey kids, I tried this when I was in Jamaica. I'll tell you only thing threw me off was the look of it at first. Because if you look at it real close, you see all these stringy, look like weeds up in there, and little stems and shit. I was just like, what is this shit? Don't worry, man. It's just herbs.
There's herbs and friggin', the chicken itself just falls off the bone, so it's gonna be sort of, riddled through the pot, and like, there's bones in there too. You know what I mean? So, like, there's that other thing. If you're afraid of bones,
I'm fine. I'm fine to know, so I can get every morsel off of them.
Yeah.
People don't like bones, man.
I'm just saying, some folks are, some folks only like that,
That's what the flavor is.
Deboned meat, but
get all that gristle, get all that meat off them bones. Shit, you paid for it. Shit. But putting herbs to the side, parsley is that kind of herb, because it always came as a garnish or decoration in the coleslaw. And it's like, yeah, don't eat that. Eat the coleslaw, but put that parsley onto the side. Pick that shit out of there. So that can be, the green stringy stuff that really doesn't have a appealing taste of its own, but it enhances the dish.
I think it's the pimento peppers, Trip.
Well,
because I mean, what flavor are pimento peppers versus other peppers? What makes them distinctive?
Oh, it's a loud taste, but it's good. It's a good one.
Like every Caribbean dish has pimento peppers in it, and like just a baseline.
Is it a sweet? Is it a spicy? Is it a spicy sweet?
It's jerk. So it's technically spicy, but it depends on what volume you like, how much you put in.
Mm-hmm.
In this case, you wouldn't put an extreme amount. It would be fine. But the jerk is mostly pimento pepper. That's really what you're getting.
And that's a very distinct flavor.
Yes, it is. Again, like if that's your whole seasoning profile, it's gonna it'll kick you in the ass. But just a little bit of pimento pepper, like pimento peppers from a heat perspective, is nothing compared to Scotch bonnet. Scotch bonnet below your shoes off.
You taste them, you feel you taste the pimento, but you feel the damn Scotch bonnet.
Oh man, it'll like I've had it explode in rice and peas. And yeah, like I don't know if y'all ever have had spicy rice before. Crazy, dog. I don't know what to tell you, man. It was wild.
Yeah. Well, something that is not comparable, but comparable. Like when you get order wings at like a Harold's or Uncle Remus, and you get your mild sauce or spicy sauce or hot sauce, rather, excuse me. There's some sweetness to it. But if you get like a thing of jerk chicken and you lick the paper or the sauce off of that, it's not offensively, jalapeno kind of hot, but it's to lay down on the back of your tongue like, yeah, I'm hot right here and I'm gonna chill kind of hot. There is no sweetness to it. There is no like, well, where's that sweet reward to all the bitter hotness? It's just not there, but it's not a bad taste. It's just very different and very like, yeah, this is jerk chicken. And yeah, if I'm eating jerk, this is what it tastes like.
All right, so here's what we're gonna do. When you're in the next production meeting with the chef, you tell the chef about honey jerk sauce. I want him to put some honey jerk sauce together, little honey garlic, little jerk flavoring. See what he can create there, and potentially maybe put that on some chicken down the road. There's a little production idea for the future.
Bro, I brought out real quick, Trips. All jerk seasoning, all jerk sauce ain't MF insane. It tasted different every time I ate it. Literally. But it just kept getting better to me.
Okay.
The further especially the further I got away from the resort.
Yeah. You like it really depends on who's cooking it. There's about 3 different ways to cook it, just in general. The first is a dry rub, right? You might get a dry rub.
Chafe, careful.
Hey. But yeah, you may get a dry rub, and personally, I don't like the dry rub quite as much because it's just dead heat. There's no, it's just heat. It's hot. It's spicy.
You want the wet sauce too.
I think I heavily suggest the wet sauce, man. You want actual sauce. That takes just a little bit of the heat off of the palate, and you can sort of add other things in there to add some additional flavor. So that's my preference. I've definitely had them both, and will always lean towards the sauce. Plus, like if you have like a rice and peas, you get a little sauce in your rice, and it tastes good with your rice.
Yeah, that jerk. The further you get, now I ain't gonna lie, the further you get from the resort, the hotter it got too. For sure, you get off the beaten path, that shit got hotter. But it was better though.
Same thing with something like this. Like you can get this relatively hot as well. But all of these, anything like this, you want to serve on either just some white rice or some rice and peas, and enjoy it. I don't see any kidney beans in this dish, so absolutely a rice and peas would be my suggestion, and you'll enjoy it. If you're walking past a Caribbean restaurant, jump in the building, ask them if they have stew chicken. Let's be factual here. They never have what's on the menu anyways, but feel free to ask.
All right. We're going to get out of stewed chicken for a minute. I think this is probably one of the more interesting dishes I put up on the show and that I have to try. But this is interesting. Let me see if anybody tried this yet.
Oh no, you doubled down on the Caribbean this week. Jeez.
Well, never. This ain't Caribbean, buddy.
What are you talking about?
This ain't Caribbean. What do you think? Oxtail is just strictly Caribbean?
Yes.
No, it ain't.
It is.
No, it ain't.
Okay.
Oxtail's been in the South and in the North for centuries, bro.
There's oxes. They have tails. People might cook them. I'm just saying,
always been here.
Oxtail's been a delicacy in the Caribbean forever. That much I can speak to. This, I've never heard of this before. I'm surprised I never thought of this before.
It's huge in Philly and Chicago. It's starting to get bigger in New York, but those are the two places I know for sure got this pop.
Now I'm gonna have to stop and search the city for some oxtail pizza. You know what I'm gonna do?
What read through it? Read through it how it comes together.
Let's go through this thing
here. There's something missing here, sir. I want to see if you picked it up.
Okay.
Let's read through the ingredients.
All right. So oxtail pizza, y'all. Ingredients: olive oil, dough, red onion, parsley, Italian seasoning, mozzarella, oxtail, and oxtail gravy.
You get it? There's your sauce, sir.
Wait, did you say something was missing?
Yeah,
he did say something.
No sauce outside of the oxtail gravy.
There's no, he's saying there's no like tomato sauce.
Well, no, the oxtail gravy should be the sauce, right?
Exactly.
That's wild, bro.
Yeah. I mean, get you some oxtails and you slow simmer those sons of sons and all day, and then you peel that meat off, and then you make you some oxtail pizza.
Man, I'm gonna go to my homeboy. So my family owns 2 different restaurants here in town, but my boy also owns a restaurant downtown, and he gets a lot of good traffic. African Bambaataa, Wu-Tang Clan, you name it. If you're coming into the city, you'll probably pass by his restaurant and you might just stop in. Like he engineered the oxtail and jerk chicken poutine. These are 2 little things that he came up with for y'all Canadians out there. Dope. But this would be something I guarantee you, Lennox. Big ups to Lennox. Lennox, I think this is right up your alley, bro. I think you would crush this and make a killing on it. Oh, and unaliving on it. That's my 2 cents for the day. This sounds like a brilliant idea. I gotta give somebody, like only in America would you find an oxtail poutine, an oxtail pizza. Like just like only in Canada would you find an oxtail poutine.
Bro, they make mac and cheese pizza here. They make any kind of pizza here.
Okay, now we've definitely gone a little bit overboard. We're a little too far now.
Man,
don't knock it till you tried it. Do you like mac and cheese?
I'm not like somebody. You'll never catch me going, hey man, like I really want some mac and cheese. Like you won't catch me saying that. Or no, I'm like if it's available as again, like crap. In Canada, mac and cheese is ubiquitous. It is probably the like it's embarrassing to say. I've eaten so much mac and cheese that I can live without it and without ever seeing it again in my life. Like,
wow. Well, I bet you don't mind. I'll bring your ass here.
No, I'm telling you, man.
I guarantee you.
I'll walk right past it, bro. I'm telling you, bro.
Okay, so you get one of them big arm sisters, grandma, or the auntie making that shit up.
Man,
she don't be making that box stuff like the Kraft dinner, which is delicious. But saying, put that in the oven, get that baked mac and cheese going with the Gruyères and different cheeses up in there. You'd be like, girl, come here. Stop.
Man, one year, one of my cousins, she's one of my older cousins, big arms, made a motherfucking
one hell of a description
with some ham chunks in it, bro. Like 3 or 4 cheeses in it. Ham chunks in that. Man, I hurt myself that day.
But now understand the big arms and that good mac and cheese and good eating. We know that they're lactose intolerant. That's not even a question you need to wonder about because yes, it's true.
Yes.
So there will be some tooting and horn blowing all night long.
I had no business eating that shit whatsoever. But I ate the dog shit out of it.
Two, beat.
I'm telling you, that's the kind of when you got people creative like that thinking, I mean, it was so good. That shit was dense and it was so good, stringy,
Dense with lactose.
Oh my God. Some people like the crusty top. Me, I run away from it. I want the guts.
Well, but that's the thing though. It's like a pizza. And like you want that crusty edge, or you want that crusty, where it's kind of dark and crispy and it's like that's burnt. No, it ain't, mind your business. On the edge of that mac and cheese, or do you want that juicy, runny, cheesy interior? Kind of like a pizza.
Trip at the cookout holding people back with a kitchen knife.
Some people go right for that shit, man.
Right?
Some people go right for it. I run right away from it.
I'm with you, though, man, on this one.
We will take you on a trip down the wild side with mac and cheese, bro. You think you don't like mac and cheese? You bring it up.
It's not that I don't like it. Like, don't get me wrong. I'll eat it. It's just not and I've been to a bunch of cookouts in Florida during my little stints there. And yeah, there's a fair amount of mac and cheese. And like, let me tell you, the fams crushed the mac and cheese though. Like they were all about it.
It's the most important thing.
If you about it.
For the women, it's got to be. It's the most important thing on whatever cookout you're doing.
Wow.
If it's not, that's a thing, man.
Wow.
Yeah, because one of the main questions is who making the mac and cheese? Because not everybody can.
And it's not just that everybody can. It's like somebody might mess it up. But I'm with the potato salad like that though.
Yeah, true.
As a female, you come through with some bogus mac and cheese, you get your ass hit by a whole bunch of women.
But the same thing happened with the
whispering and shit.
The same thing happened with the potato salad.
Who made this? Lil Ray right friend.
See, I don't mind going for the potato salad because you get different things going on with that. Like I never had potato salad with like marshmallows in it until I went to Florida. I never seen that before in my life.
Marshmallows, raisins. It's like who invited the suburban girls?
I'm just saying, I never seen that before.
I mean, what diabolical motherfucker even thought of that?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I can't even tell if it was good, but I definitely had it and questioned the world afterwards.
That's diabolical, bro.
I was very confused, man. I was very
confused. I mean, the only marshmallows I like to mess with in my salad is ambrosia.
Whoever did that is a fucking psychopath.
And that's salad.
Let me tell you, man, there was a full-on fight about the whole thing. I'm just letting you know there was a full-on fight. I wasn't with it. I was just happy that I skipped over the mac and cheese because I could taste like 6 different versions of potato salad. But that one threw me for a loop, man. I don't know what to do.
Hey, if you go through a cookout, a black people cookout in the kitchen, and it's a full thing of mac and cheese, ain't nobody messing with. Don't you mess with it either.
Because that's that one that ain't nobody eating because it's nasty, or because everybody know that she got a lot of cats that be up on the counter when she be cooking.
Okay, that's good advice, man. That is sound advice, both of you.
Don't mess with it. It's the reason why it's a full container of it. Everything else been dipped through and ran through. You see that one pan or something over there, ain't nobody fucking with. Don't fuck with it.
Okay. This is sound advice, sir. I will heed.
And then somebody gets some people at the cookout be looking around like, look at him, elbowing each other and shit.
He's eating it.
Like, look at him.
I don't fucking eat anything.
Should we tell him? No, fuck him. He still owe me $5. Let him eat that shit.
Let your ass eat it. There might be somebody, grandma, get up. Come here, boy. Give me that. No, you ain't eating that.
15 minutes later, where'd he go? Oh, he in the bathroom.
Damn straight he is.
For how long? Oxtail pizza, man. I don't even have to. I know this is good. I know it's good, even though I had no taste reference to be able to place it. But I know that mozzarella cheese, that gravy underneath all of this. Oh, that's gonna slap every mother effing time. Every time.
That's just crazy. I applaud the man who came up with this brilliant idea. I don't know if this will work.
What makes you think the man? Because the one I know about is a female-run restaurant in Midtown. Chicago. What I know about this busting.
You know why I think it's a man for two reasons? Just because it's like meat and pizza. Pizza, like I tend to lean towards the idea that it's some sort of an Italian guy with a mustache,
Italian fusion,
throwing pizza up over his head. Like that's just me, and that's just probably because I'm a sexist bastard and I should probably be slapped.
Well, you are.
There you go.
True.
That is what it is.
Yeah, but I would eat this. Yeah, I like oxtails. I like pizza. Why wouldn't I?
It's see now the question becomes, okay, how did you cook the oxtail? Did you stew
Well,
them?
you gotta cook oxtails like
Put
oxtails.
them on the grill.
Well,
Why gotta be on the grill though?
they can put them on the grill. You can smoke them.
I don't think I've ever had oxtail on the grill. No.
Oh man, bro.
However you cook them, as long as they cooked.
Your oxtail world will be bust wide the fuck open.
Well, how do you get sauce?
You simmer it and then you thicken it with some cornstarch, a little flour, make nice thick gravy.
Scrolls, what are you talking about? Are you for real, Scrolls?
Black people invented everything, recognize. But you know how you thicken gravy?
Yeah.
You know, the same oxtail drippings, you know, the fat from it, however you prepare it. You make a gravy and just thicken that shit to thick it. And then you spread that out. There you go. Oxtail gravy.
Look up a dude named Lex Barbecue.
Not Lex Luthor.
And I'm telling you, man, that dude make the best. I ain't never tasted it, but I know that shit's good.
Oh, I ain't
for the
man,
barbecue.
I'm coming off a fast. I ain't looking.
I mean, you can even jerk some barbecue. I'm sorry, check that. Jerk some oxtail.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I love Caribbean oxtail is one of the greatest things I've ever experienced in life. I love it. It is a delicacy. I try to get at it like once every couple of months. Like kind of have to get me some. Man.
Kids, actually, the first time I had barbecue oxtails was a Jamaican in Atlanta.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I'm on.
Les Barbecue, there it is. Thank you, Scroll. It's LES Barbecue.
LES.
In Utah.
Look that shit up, bro. And when you find the picture, we're gonna put it on the screen too. That shit is I know it's fire.
Fire.
Scrolls know what's happening.
What's going on, Red Baron?
It's in Utah?
Exactly what's happening.
Oh no, I didn't want to do this.
There you go.
Killing me, man. What's wrong with you?
Hold on, let me pull this down.
You ain't got that in the fridge though. You be all right.
Go ahead.
Oh man. I don't know what happened. Thank goodness it stopped.
I'm telling you, man.
I can't really do.
They tearing the oxtail game up right now. I'm telling you right now, in America.
And oxtails do have a very distinctive flavor.
Shout out to Les Barbecue, man. That man be
what I don't know what he's doing.
On the smoker.
Lord, all I saw was meat, and I'm hungry, man. I try not to be.
We need some pic. You showing some video, but okay.
This is fresh off their website, man. This is their website.
World famous smoked meats. Nice brisket.
He basically it's brisket and them damn oxtail. That's what he kind of mastered. He mastered that.
Wow.
What kind of wood? No, that got that flavored wood going. Nice thin butter slices. Look at that.
Absolutely nothing else on the planet Earth would send me to Utah.
Look at that crust. Look at that crust.
You got any pictures on there? Show some images.
Let me see if I can find some.
Me likey.
Oh, you can just order the meat fresh.
Just scroll down the page. You're gonna see.
Oh, you can order it?
Scroll down the page.
Utah, I guess so.
Scroll right on. Scroll.
Oxtail sampler. Look upon that thing. That's so.
Hey man, hit Les up. We need to do some samples live on the air.
Shipping. Hey, yeah, Les, what's up, man? Les, send us some of that, Les.
I'm sure Chef Trips could find some kind of recipes for it.
Texas side. Oh, look, it just got bigger.
Everything's bigger in Texas.
People be
That's
coming-
what I'm
people be-
saying.
People be coming from all over the world to get that.
Damn.
Literally all over the world. That man got customers everywhere.
Hold on.
Visitors.
Oxtail patties. Yo, Les, you're a gangster, bro.
Oh, hamburger.
All hail Les.
They be tearing this shit up over here, man.
All hail, bro.
Oh, look at the sausages.
Shoot.
Tell me that
I
ain't
heard he got oxtail sausage.
Oxtail infused beef sausage. My boy ain't
Shut your
playing.
mouth.
He's not
Shut
joking
your
around.
mouth.
You tripping, man.
Now, if Les is not Jamaican by heritage, I'll be very surprised. I'm just saying.
Yeah. So this is something that you follow on the gram and just be like having meat sweats in the middle of the night, but ain't got no meat.
Hey, slow up, kids. Go back up.
Oh, oxtail brisket though. Oh, what's this? Oxtail
Look
bacon.
at that. Look at that. Look, hold on, man. Look at
Spicy.
that meat right there. God. Dude.
This here?
All that, man. Everything all the way
I like
across.
that char on the left though.
Yeah, them oxtails,
This
bro.
here.
Them they call
Cajun
them
spicy
them-
oxtails. He's not.
he call them his diamonds.
And what read off? What are those?
So he's got Cajun spicy oxtail softballs.
Uh-huh.
This is Les's sliced beef brisket. Yo, that's got to be super soft. That looks real good.
The scroll said Lex also make oxtail infused t-shirts and keychains.
I bet he does. Gotta have a swag.
Oh, snap. Lemon stepper. Yeah, he's definitely Jamaican, bro.
I'm telling you, man, this a whole different universe over here.
Definitely Jamaican. Oxtail tallow. Yeah.
And he based out of Texas.
Hey, what kind of tallow is that?
He's oxtail tallow.
Go back
He's
up to the
nice.
top, man. Let me see what he based out of.
He's from Utah. No, it's in Utah. Yeah.
I thought he was in Texas.
Nah, man. It was just Texas size oxtail sampler. But he's from Utah. He's a Utah. That's what I was saying. Like the only thing on the planet Earth that could get me to maybe go to Utah.
Right. You got to go to bed by
This
you
is
gotta go
this
to
is
bed
it.
by 9. You got to go to bed by 9. Shit, it don't matter. No
This
matter
is
what
it.
you do, everybody go to bed by 9 in Utah. Or
Yeah,
you
this
get
is yeah. What were you saying?
everybody got to go to bed by 9 o'clock, or your ass getting arrested.
I'm laughing because the store only open till 8 p.m.
Yeah, I'm not bullshitting.
You gotta get home by curfew.
Okay. See, I got this this beef tallow, and I thought I was doing something. But I see he got that oxtail tallow.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah.
Yo,
Yeah.
Draper, Utah represents. I didn't know there was yardies in Utah, but I guess
Hey, y'all check this man out. If he obviously he delivers things to you, so y'all better check this website out. He's getting free advertising right here on the channel. But I swear by what I know, I know good barbecue when I look at it.
bro, I gotta turn this
Order
off.
BBQ nationwide. There you
I have
go.
to stop
Wait,
sharing
nationwide
that.
doesn't say
People.
international though.
Big ups to Les. Big ups to you, man. Trust me. Feel free. We would love a sampler. Send it
Really?
straight to Canada, bro. Send it
Y'all need
straight
to
to
check that
Canada.
man. Y'all need to check that guy out.
National, no international, kids. You're international.
Oh damn! I don't care. I'll pay the tariffs. I'll pay the Trump tax on that.
You know what? Kids, they are so good at freeze drying and just packaging things and keeping them in regulated temperature vehicles. You can almost order anything now.
Well, that's some of what I do, man. So Smitty Q for you. I know you're not traveling around with you're moving golf carts, but if you're traveling around with stuff that's perishable, you can actually monitor all that stuff and make sure that it's at the correct temperature during the trip. I move that type of technology as well. So yeah, stuff that I do.
I'll let your boy.
You know what I'm saying? If you ever need it, I got you.
Well, I'm gonna check him out for. I'm gonna see what kind of seasoning blends he got. I know he got some.
You got to be jazzing up the mocktail some kind of way.
Yeah, he must have something like that on there. I like I said, I had to get this off.
That's
get
the type
this
that I always buy first from him.
Yo, Scrolls ain't joking. He does have oxtail flavored
Y'all
t-shirts.
thought he was bullshitting?
T-shirts.
Swag, baby.
He got oxtail flavored hats. Anyways, damn, that's
You
wild.
get 10,000 orders, you better have some swag.
I'll tell you one thing.
Who that merch?
Some of the companies that do you good by the time you get to the point where you're selling and you're gaining customers and you're not losing customers. Like that's how I found Cheese Brothers when we was doing the charcuterie board thing. And they right there in Wisconsin. I ain't like the fact that they right up there by Green Bay, but they do cheese well up there. Just be honest with you. And if you're gonna get some really good cheese,
that's what they do.
One of the places you might want to look.
They make hats out of it.
Shit. Yeah, they do toilet seats and all kind of shit.
And we make cheese graters.
People with fine glasses. What you say, kid?
I said, and we make cheese graters.
Hey, man.
FGB.
All right. I tell you what, man, we need to get into a Bears conversation.
A good segue, as good a segue as ever there could be, man.
Professionals we are.
Yes.
Watching the show sometimes reveals some things not as good as others, but sometimes some really general conversations pop out some really good, interesting thoughts. And I thought about this for a minute because Kid said this at least a week or two ago. And we need to address it, man, because I can't tell exactly what show it was, but I know it was no longer than 2 weeks ago. But he's really concerned about the fact that we're missing this guy and he don't feel like we have a viable replacement for him. So let's talk about it. Do you remember having a conversation about that?
I actually don't, but I do feel that way. You know what I mean? Like I don't remember the conversation, but just considering what some of the stuff I said even last week, when I was talking about Ford last week, right? And Ford is technically the backup to this guy. So yeah, it all comes back to Big Bill to a certain degree. We don't have him on the team any longer. We don't have Ford to back him up either. So those are two big men in the middle that really helped us stuff the run. And let's be factual here now. Straight to you there, Nomad. When you and I were calling a couple of games, and it wasn't last year, I believe it was maybe even 2 years ago, and Big Bill got hurt for the first time, and he was out. And there was nobody to replace him. Ford was not on the team yet. You stop and you're like, damn, we need to get a big boy in the middle because teams are just running us down. And it was facts. Teams were running us down and they continue to do so. We turned around. We put Chris Williams in the middle. We put Javon Dexter in the middle. We did some things that we hoped would slow, fill the sieve, if you will. It didn't. And then we got Ford from the Packers practice squad, brought him on the team, put him in that position, and he played very well. Held it down. We move forward another year. We get a Grady Jarrett. We get a Dio Dangbo. And facts is, in my opinion, and it might just be injury related or what have you, they didn't really fit that bill either. Big Bill fit the bill because he was on the team. Lo and behold, we lose Ford at some point during last season. Such is life. At this point, we have no Ford. We have no Big Bill. My question is, can we stop the run? And can we potentially rush the passer from the interior? That's where we're at.
Looking at the defensive line, depth chart, there's no other wide body like Dollar Bill on the roster.
Nope.
Other than you look at the Jordan Vandenberg, who's different. He's more of a penetrator, just from the film. Obviously, he's not played it down in the NFL. As well as the UDFA Jaden Loving, who would be the other, fire plug type, the only other fire plug type, let's say, on the roster, because everybody else is more of a get up field, versatile, defensive line, slide up and down, tackle, edge, end kind of person. So other than the rookies, neither of which have, played it down, one late round pick and one UDFA, there is no, run stopping, double team eating plug in the middle on this roster that we know of. So this is another example of, where we got to look at Ben Johnson and Dennis Allen when they say, yeah, the defense is going to be better. Trust us, bro. You know what I mean? We kind of got to give them the benefit of the doubt, until we can see that, yeah, nah, it ain't working. Or they'll be like, oh, shit, that shit is working. Who knew? You know what I mean? Because if we're going to trust our coaching staff like we did last season and we don't believe it was an aberration, we got to be like, all right, the staff is into it. Hallis Hall is into it. The locker room's all into it. As a fan base, we can't be, well, they were good last season, but they need to do this different. Nah, let them cook. You know what I mean? These are the professionals. Just sit back and enjoy the ride, y'all. So I can't get upset. That is like, well, this is our, big dollar bill replacement right here, right now. And we've seen him produce. He has a track record in the league. Yeah, we ain't got that. But there is also the vision of, all right, we don't have it this season, but guess what? There are 4 contracts on the defensive line that are flippable after the end of next season. You know what I mean? So that could be a total changeover next year at the defensive line, which is all part of the long-term plan. But, for the short term, it will be like probably very irritating.
So now you're starting to sound like a certain guy I know.
Who that?
And he looks a lot like me. It's me. At the end of the, what I'm saying? At the end of the day, I expect next year to be the year. And this is really where I'm going with it. And why I say that is because those big, silly contracts that may or may not work out, you can get out of. You can completely retrofit this roster in 2027.
Meaning Dexter, Jarrett, Sweat can be gone, or contract can be gone. Dale's contract can be gotten out of.
Well, hang on. Before we go down that road, because we got further conversation beyond this one.
Mm-hmm.
Let me take a stab at this again. All I know is what they're doing, and you guys are right. It's not shown up on film yet because you haven't seen it. They haven't played yet, and that's all. I mean, nobody can argue with that. All we know is a philosophy, and I can tell you this: there's 2 types of defensive coaches when it comes to the defensive line. A guy that believes in girth or a guy that believes in speed and quickness. You got one of those 2 guys are going to be inside your building. And, the perfect example of a defense that prefers the girth, the space eater for the defensive stop, clearly Baltimore is the one team that sticks out to me. They love big dudes. Jacksonville being another one.
Tampa Bay.
Yeah, Tampa likes some pretty big, beefy guys, but they run kind of a 3-4.
Okay.
3-4 hybrid 4-3. But for I'm telling you, it's one or two. There's 1 or 2 things that's going to happen. Either you're going to have a guy that prefers speed, quickness, and lean into that, which is clearly what we're doing right now. Speed, quickness, abruptness, getting inside, dent the pocket, and make a change that way instead of, big old beefy guy, let the shit come to him and I eat up space and dare you to try to run through me. And so all I know is the philosophy. How it plays out, we're going to see. But I do believe it works. I've seen it work many, many times over. It's just I think we got to get to a level of acceptance and admit to ourselves this ain't the kind of defensive line we're going to have. They're going to be more athletic, more agile, more quick. And they're probably going to be a lot more impactful at the line of scrimmage than Bill and anybody else we had that was big like that ever was. So if you disrupt the timing and block running lanes, that's one thing. But if you're getting in the backfield and you change the trajectory of where the running back is going to go because you're back there so fast, same difference. You're making an effect. And so that's when I'm preaching that part.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, TBD, to be determined, as yet to be seen, as they say. But a shout out to Big Dollar Bill for his hustle. Can never take that away from him. He gave all he had, every play, every down, whistle to whistle. So good luck out there. I think he's in Arizona. Do your thing, big boy.
Yeah, shout out to Big Bill. Shout out to KB, man. Always good to have KB on the show, giving us them Big Bill takes. But yeah, I don't know. Much like Nomad said, none of us will until we actually see, a little something, as seen on TV, as they say. So when we see it, we'll have an idea. But it is a little area of concern for the dude. Again, that dude looks a lot like me.
You know what? I remember that conversation we had about me going on and on about, man, they need to find a fat dude.
You remember what I'm talking about, huh?
I know exactly what you're talking about, and it was obvious, man. That comes down to that, like that situation in particular came down to a whole bunch of stubbornness. Like, why did it take you that long to go ahead and just find your big boy somewhere to help you out? Because it was clear that we was hamstrung by Bill not being there, and you just thought you can just throw anybody out there and they're supposed to produce the same way that somebody that's 40, 50 pounds bigger than them can.
Yeah. Remember that coach that you said had, sort of like roster responsibilities, and they put that on him? I think he's an idiot. And I said it before, I'll say it again. I don't think he really knew what the hell he was doing.
I think he knows what he's doing. He's just stubborn in that regard.
Perhaps that is a great way of looking at idiocy. Sometimes stubbornness gets in front of success. But in that scenario, yeah, he also, and one of, like, I hate to say this or bring this up, but one of the first things he did coming here was let go of Kyrie's Tonga. Kyrie's Tonga has at least won a Super Bowl. He might have won two, or been to two, which is pretty crazy to me.
Wasn't he coming into a contract year though?
No, he was drafted the year before.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he was 1 year in with us. He played well. Flus came in and got rid of him, and I was like, "What?" He's a real good run stuffer. He does the job very well, and he's youthful. We don't even have to pay this guy. Why would you count?
Still doing it very well.
Right, and then he was productive in Minnesota when he left here, right?
Went to Minnesota, was productive. Went to Kansas City, I believe. Went to a Super Bowl with Kansas City. And I think he was on the Patriots this past season. So I think he's been to 2 Super Bowls over the course of the last little while. And I'll never understand.
Flus hasn't.
Anyways, he
I was more pissed off about Mario Edwards, and
really, I was pissed off about the other one. About James Daniels. James Daniels pissed me off.
Yeah, that was kind of something. But what was his name with the 3 names on the defensive line?
They're not.
Roy Robertson.
Yeah,
those Harris.
I could see them. They were on the rise, bro. And
Roy Rob had a good career after us too. Like he was really starting to come into his own, and he had a great career moving forward after us. You're right.
What was a defensive end that left here and went to Texas? Not Don Rob, before him. Defensive end when we needed.
I think it is Mario Edwards, isn't it?
Was that Edwards?
I think it's Edwards.
No, it was somebody that we liked in training camp, of course.
Oh, he didn't work out. You're talking Gibson.
Gibson, Tyrese, not Tyrese.
I think it's Tashawn. I think it's
Tashawn Gibson.
Tashawn Gibson. He didn't work out over there, man. He played a couple games.
No, edge rusher. That's Travis Gibson.
Travis Gibson.
There
we go.
You got it. Yeah, he didn't work out there. So that's all I can tell you. It didn't work out for Travis in Houston.
Yeah, right on, JoJo.
Yeah, man. Oh, yeah. It's actually Gibson with a P, but anyways.
Right,
But yeah, I just back to the big man thing. Flus came in, looked at the situation, and thought, you know what? I don't want to have a big guy in the nose position. I don't want to have that. It doesn't fit my scheme. I'm getting rid of this guy, and got rid of Tonga. And Tonga's had a fantastic career, down to the level that we had to eventually go out and spend big money on Big Bill.
to find somebody that
Like we
like
paid for that mistake, to be honest with you.
I don't know if y'all noticed, but the year that what Flus had Bill looked good.
Bro, yeah.
When the year that Dennis Allen had him, man, he just like blow up.
Wow.
He looked like a damn blew up fucking river inner tube.
But dog, like you remember KB being on the show, man. KB came on and we weren't even sure. He wasn't even sure. He's like, look, I talked to my cousin. My cousin is kind of like, maybe I
He
should.
was ready to have a baby too, man.
That's what I'm trying to say. Like, I don't think he was really in it to win it
Right.
like that. But
he
at
wasn't
least he
as
was
motivated.
At least he was healthy, right? The year before he got hurt. This year, at least he was healthy. He was on the field. So I can't even take anything. Yo, man, there was a couple of
that man didn't look right.
there was a couple of
He's like
snaps.
goddamn Michelin man, doesn't he?
You know what? There's a couple of snaps where he was hustling. He chased a couple of dudes down, and I was very impressed. I have to say that too. But yes, season was up and down for the guy.
He was limited.
Yeah, season was up and down for the guy.
Remember when he was talking about that motherfucker ate all the pancakes?
Yeah, you can cover them with fruit and boysenberries and stuff.
Ate all of them.
Jellies.
Oh man, look, I think we need to do something about this. But we're gonna Pillsbury Doughboy.
He just mean.
Damn true Pilgrim. That's cold-blooded, man. Look, and I think they need to do something about this. I think they're gonna find out whether they do or not in camp. But man, I'd like to think that we had some opportunity in this area that we've really flushed down the toilet in Tonga. But here we are years later, and I don't know really what you do without a big boy in the center. I would hate to see a situation where, and I'm going to go straight to Detroit, where Detroit can run all over us. Man. Right? They're gonna be running the ball, man. They're gonna be running the ball with Jameer, and they're gonna be trying to push that Pacheco dealie. And Pacheco's more of a north-south back than he is anything else. So I don't know.
We know you just bullshitting. It's funny.
And it's gonna be reliance on that quick get off and and gap responsibility and everybody maintaining theirs, as opposed to a big boy plugging it up. But Vandenberg and Loving, the only two pluggers are unproven rookies. So it's gonna be what is another month and a half they put on pads. Shit.
I think that's it's a valid quandary here, man, because you don't know. I can't tell you guys that I know what's going to happen, but I do know what's going to happen because y'all won't believe me, man. I've seen.
It's funny, man, because part of my aversion here has something to do with what you said last week.
What?
And you were talking. We were talking about Javon very briefly. It was just in conversation about something else. And you'd mentioned that, they kind of threw Javon in the nose, and he's not really a nose. He should be a 3 tech, but you can't, what else are you going to do with Grady, et cetera, et cetera. And I really stopped and like, man, if you don't have a big guy to be able to sort of take some of those, rushing snaps away from Javon, it might be a problem. Because that's really what wound up happening with Big Bill and Ford for that matter. Some of those snaps where Javon just wasn't really effective stopping the run, stuffing the run. These guys were able to come in and do just that. So
I got a feeling Kentavious Street is going to play a big role in that regard.
I could see Neville doing it too, but Neville's
a little. Let me just say, you wouldn't want to waste Neville's talent at nose guard.
At nose guard, bro. That's exactly where I was going. Like, that's not really what he's all about.
You can throw him in a couple times here and there, but I definitely wouldn't want to have him supplement nose guard like we know we need somebody to do. We need somebody to help supplement that role. I think Kentavious Street is more liable because he's like 315.
Okay.
Neville was
like 3 or 340.
Who?
Say again?
How much was Big Bill weighing, you think?
Bill was about 350 last time we saw him.
350. Okay.
Something like that. Yeah.
He was big, man.
He was a big lad.
He was real big. But that leads to this next conversation, unless y'all want to discuss Bill a little bit more in that whole role.
No, we can move on, or we can talk about Red Baron's love of the girth as opposed to the speed.
And we leave Baron alone right now.
She likes the beer
And
can.
that brings us to this conversation. What should we expect? Now I'm gonna wait till you guys let you guys give your thoughts about
All right,
what he's gonna bring to the table here.
I'll go, kids.
You feel free.
Because I see a motivated, not Dale, but a Grady Jarrett who is hopefully healthy, as he was a little slow to start last year because he was coming off of injury. And as the I think it was his knee brace came off, and towards the end of the year, he started playing faster, started making a bigger presence. And so, yeah, we would hope that moving forward, as long as he's healthy, he's going to make that big of a presence. But, it's like, all right, don't want to disparage him. And I know he's in great ass shape because he'll be the first one to tell you, but, he is 33, and it's like, all right, you got another year or two and you're cool, keep doing it. This is like, as previously mentioned that I said before, with the defensive line being kind of on the bubble as a whole this year, at his age, he could be playing, for the rest of his career because he's under contract for another, I think, year, maybe two. So, he's playing, for his future. It's not like he's locked in here for long so he can get comfortable. So, we're going to see what he's got. And he's in a good position also because of his experience to be able to mentor kids like, Vandenberg and or Loving. So, he's in that role where he's the veteran, where he has to pass along that knowledge and still produce to, earn his keep. So it's going to be a very interesting year from Mr. Grady Jarrett, and I'm looking forward to seeing what he got.
Everything you says is 1,000,000,000% facts. This is a prove it year for Grady Jarrett. Let's be as real about this as we can. He's got a pretty sizable contract, likely not his largest contract, but sizable enough for the Chicago Bears to really, put the microscope on him, really zero in on his play and what he does this season, to decide whether he's back next year. Last year, we'll just call it a wash. I'm going to say that I really, really liked and was excited about what I saw towards the end of last year with what I believe was a healthy Grady Jarrett. Given that age case scenario that Tripp just brought up, we could easily be back into a not so healthy Grady Jarrett situation at any point this season. Just being straight up and down about that. The veterancy, being able to again transfer knowledge to young players, super important, super valuable. That doesn't grow on trees, but at the same time, somebody, there has to be results on this defensive line. So a lot of pressure is, a lot of pressure on Grady Jarrett, man. A whole lot of pressure. I'm not going to step away from the Grady conversation. It just made me think about another guy who generally stands next to him, and the fact that he's probably also in a prove it year too. But back to Grady. I'm confident that we're going to see an actual uplift from him in this position, in this role this season. I know he can do it. He can be a very disruptive force on that line. And we really need him to be exactly that. One more time, until we see it, I can't say that it's law. So it's truly a prove it year for this older statesman.
Here's my thoughts about this whole entire scenario with Grady contract, what he brought to the team the first year. I'm gonna put it in a nutshell, the way I see it. You can't really fault the front office for, remember, Ben Johnson was here when this happened. Just remember that.
Are you sure?
Yeah. They saw this opportunity in free agency, and they was like, "Fuck, Grady Jarrett, what?" You know,
I
he's
thought
got,
that was right before they came in as
no,
staff.
They grabbed him.
You
Yep,
muted, kids.
they grabbed him.
I swear this was like a week or two before, but I'll verify. You keep going.
I'm pretty sure they got him afterwards. But I mean, let me just break down what happened here. What I think they're thinking is like, oh, this is Grady Jarrett. We got to get him. He's available. Instantly, one of those things that was off cuff, where they didn't plan for, and all of a sudden he's available. We need to move as fast as possible, knowing, okay, he's coming off a knee injury. They knew that, and they just believed in Grady Jarrett and his pedigree. And you can't blame them for that, in my opinion, because you just believe, okay, this guy, yeah, he had a knee injury, but he's still Grady Jarrett. He needed a year, and they know that. They knew that, but you can't come and tell, the public when you sign a guy like that, hey, give Grady Jarrett some slack this year. I mean, give him a break. He ain't gonna be much of Grady Jarrett this year. You can't do that. It's just not possible. You can't do that. People are gonna be expecting results with the numbers that they saw that he got, and that's just where people are with it right now. They look at the numbers, they compare what they got, and it don't add up, right? So what I'm saying to you guys is now, like Kez was saying at the very beginning of his statement, you saw Grady Jarrett that was hampered early. Later on, when that brace came off, and I kept saying it, y'all guys remember during the lives, we were doing the games, I was just like, you see him come out there with that brace off, he's feeling good. And he's going to be explosive. And he was. And so we start seeing that peak out a little bit towards the end of the season, end of the season. I can't remember exactly when, which game, but I know I started to see Grady. You know what I mean? And so now I'm feeling like with the whole season off, and the thing is, Grady knows. I heard that in his voice when he got up at the podium during his presser, during the OTAs or mini camp or whatever it was. He knows, and I heard him say it out of his mouth. He says, "I know I owe Chicago. I know I owe y'all from the season I just put out. I know I owe." He's conscientious about it. That's what makes me excited. Because if he's anywhere near healthy, the thing is, what's beautiful about it, they brought all these defensive tackles in to supplement him, so they don't have to just thrust him in there. He doesn't have to play way too many snaps that he really doesn't need to play. You can get a burstful, just explosive Grady Jarrett, get him out, get some supplement in there, and get another burst out of Grady Jarrett. That's what you need. And that's going to give you your money's worth. All the supplementary pieces we got.
See, that's part of where I'm a little sore. I don't know if you I don't know if you're getting your money's worth at that price tag by having three other guys.
When you're getting results, you don't care when you get them.
I'm just saying by having three other guys play most of his snaps. You know what I'm saying? That you're also paying. That's just to increase the price.
You gotta accept where he is.
I agree. I'm just saying that, like, should Ryan Poles have made this move in the first place?
Again, yeah, it was that opportunity is like, oh shit, he's available. Do we get him? Yeah, we get him. And that was about the thought process.
You know what I mean?
I almost threw the wrong name out there, but when you start getting top-notch defensive tackles, impactful defensive tackles that become available like that, you got to throw your hat in that motherfucker, man.
Okay,
you have to.
And granted, if he had been healthy and we saw the same level of activity in the end of the season, from the jump, we wouldn't even be having a conversation. It was like, oh yeah, Grady was productive as fuck. But because it was kind of a slow start and he didn't, get rolling until later, it's like, he was kind of like, So it's as like health, that's the big part of it. I think as long as he's healthy, he's going to be productive. It's just doing that.
Yeah, is he going to be
The question becomes, Cares and Trips, how do you get the Grady Jarrett that we saw in Atlanta? How do you get the best out of Grady Jarrett?
See,
it's clear to me they came up with a resolution for it. Make sure that we don't have to overplay him while he's
you got to keep a good rotation.
Yeah, make sure you get him. He's going to have to early. I'd be monitoring him. I'm giving him a snap count, and then if he shows me, all right, he's not getting enough snaps, then you start gradually increasing the snap count, and then you see those other guys less and less. But he's got to show that he's all the way healthy before they increase that snap count. That's why they did what they did. Before anybody goes and says anything, they just told you what they're thinking by the moves that they made.
That's not good.
Well, no, but that's just kind of what it is, because during camp it'll be Grady Jarrett, chilling on the side with Joe Tooney and anybody else that there was like, yeah, we don't need the reps now on your legs. We're gonna save those for the season because we already know what you are and what you can give. So we're gonna give you those old man days off and keep you on that snap count to keep you fresh, for a playoff run.
That's the right way to go about it, Trip. Is basically no need in trying to satisfy everybody. We ain't seen enough Grady Jarrett. Watch your player, know your personnel.
KYP, you'll see him throughout the season.
KYP, know your personnel.
Right on, Stacy. 18, 17, 18 games, whatever the hell it is. That's a long ass season.
I'm just saying, like, I don't know. Like, if it was me, I don't know if I would have made this move. And like now I'm gonna sound like you, man, Trip, of all people. But look, the homie's 33 years old. Basically, what you're saying is that we need to load balance him, in a nutshell. We need to load balance, make sure that he is fresh and can be effective and impactful when he's out there. And I get all that. But
all right, let me ask you this question before you even go down that road. We know where you're going.
Okay.
Let me ask you this question. Let's just say Aaron Donald decides he wants to come back tomorrow and he's going to play for the Rams. Would you just, and I'm just asking, would you just throw him out there because he's Aaron Donald? Or would you monitor, being Aaron Donald's age, okay, I don't want to put too much on him. Which one would you do, kids?
It's a really unfair question. And
not really. I mean,
how many reps are you running in training camp with Donald and Garrett, next to each other?
This is why I'm saying
10%.
Saying it's an unfair question. So, just because this defense already now has, they have Myles Garrett on one side, the rest of the line is actually pretty good. Like the Rams have been drafting really well over the course of the last few years.
What, Fisk?
Yeah, like they did lose Jared Verse, but minus Jared Verse, the younger guys, Braden Fisk, the younger guys that they were able to scoop up are actually really good.
See how you're just automatically leaning to some of the other personnel, and you're going down the road that you don't need to push too much on the Aaron Donald.
Of course I am.
I'm not saying Grady Jarrett is Aaron Donald, but I think he has to be treated in a similar fashion at least.
So here's the thing. The guys that I'm talking about that would potentially be taking up that time for an Aaron Donald, they're on their rookie deals. They didn't have to go out and pay an additional, and this is where I was going. They didn't have to go out and pay an additional, let's just call it $12 million total for those additional guys. You see what I'm saying? So not only did Ryan Poles sign up for an older statesman at $48 million, he also signed up for two backups for another. I don't know what their contracts are, but I can imagine maybe they're making about $6 million apiece. So that's probably $60 million for this Grady Jarrett situation, if you follow me. And I think that's wild.
If you go down the track, the mindset that you're thinking, and I mean, it's partially, you're partially right here, in my opinion. But at the same time, I can see the other side of that and say, all right, if we start looking at the dollar amount being paid, that means we need to put this guy on the field extra, because if we don't, we're not going to get our money's worth. Instead of looking at it by way of the way coaches see how the practice is going this week, how's he feeling, how, the human part of it.
No.
The human part of it really exists, where if you're looking to make a long run in the playoffs, and that's just that, then you are not looking to satisfy a fan base that says, we didn't get our money's worth out of him. We don't see him enough. That's not an issue, because they're going to ignore that, and they know exactly what they're looking at in practice this week, and they're going to take it easy on him, or they're going to give more reps, depending on what they see.
Now you're really speaking to it. So you're right. It's forget appeasing the fans. If we are talking about what the coaches are seeing, like you really spoke to it, and I'm not even sure if you meant to. You know what I mean? Like if this is what the coaches are seeing, and they're like, hey man, like he gonna need some load balancing. That's not a good thing for the coaches to be saying. It's not an uber positive thing for them to be saying. You want the coaches.
It's reality,
but we all know
it is reality. It's not a lie. You know what I mean? It is the truth. And if they're telling the truth and they're saying, hey, yeah, he's 33, he needs a little help, Ryan Poles should have really thought about that before.
Oh man, no way he knows that.
It's just his age. Like Tripp knows it.
Well, but I mean, isn't he the same age as Joe Tooney?
I guess to each his own, right?
Right. Because we got results out of Tooney because he wasn't.
That's a good way of looking. Imagine you are the one who's backing up the age thing right now.
Tooney's older.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying, but the first thing I said is, yeah, he's 33, and it's like normally you don't get better, with age like that. You stay solid, but it's like, all right, you're gonna need to take some laps off. You don't need that many laps around the track. And we want to, see what you got in the tank still, because it's closer to the E than it is the F.
Mm-hmm. Got to play this shit smart. That's just the only way to go about it if you want to get any kind of results that you're really going to need when it counts. If you want to get the right results, you got to play this smart. And I think the way they've gone about it so far are making sure they kept a few supplementary pieces here to make sure that we don't put too much on them, and the young fella Vandenberg. And so we've got pieces around so that Grady doesn't have to be overwhelmed, and put too much on his body. And to me, that's exactly what you want.
I think that'll
out of this guy.
I think that will allow him to be the most effective Grady Jarrett that we've had the opportunity to see thus far. I'm not, not against it. Obviously, if this is what the coaches are seeing, and this is what the GM has sort of put in place to supplement Grady, I'm not mad at it. I'm just a little,
Well, I'll for the kids. I think this is a strike window for the Bears. This is a window. This is a window for us to strike. I mean, when I say strike, I mean exactly what you think. I mean, I think a trophy is at stake here, and I think you have to play this smart.
And that's I like, brother. I 1,000,000,000% agree with you right now. I'm in full agreement, and I'm not sure if they've really played these things super smart to go for a chip in 2026. If we get to the big dance in 2026, I'm going to tell you what it is. I think it'll be on the back of a 4,000+ yard passer. I think it'll be on the back of a wide receiver who broke out, being Luther Burden. I think it'll be on the back of another hybrid wide receiver turned superstar Xavier Thomas. I think it'll be on the back of a tight end trio that's taken the league by storm. I think it'll be on the back of the football cycle himself, Ben Johnson, and just offensive brilliance. That's what I think it's going to be. It would take us to the big dance.
I think you clearly see there's a ceiling for this season, and it ain't no Super Bowl.
I think the ceiling is the defense. is the way the defense performs this season is the ceiling to me.
I mean, that's just a nuanced part of the season. What you're talking about is you don't think this year is a year to strike, and you know, for whatever reason you don't think this is the year. You think it's going to be a year later. I guarantee you they don't go into the season thinking this.
There's no like I would be mad if they did. Like I would be mad if that was the mentality going into this season for either side of the ball. I'm just saying, from an outsider view looking in, I'm well aware that next year they can completely retrofit this defense to Dennis Allen's liking. Everything on the defense can be chopped and screwed and replaced and upgraded. There will be close to $200 million available to
you
do
start thinking that way. You start thinking, you just assume everybody's going to be healthy again the year after.
Who's healthy? Who healthy? Where?
I'm knocking on wood right now. That kind of thinking, you just assume automatically everybody's going to be healthy. Everybody's going to be have the same energy in the same position.
You mean on the offense?
Every year, this year is the most important year ever.
Yeah, I agree.
Ever.
I agree.
You gotta understand that they're not looking at next year whatsoever. There's somebody in that building that crunches numbers and is thinking the way you are, kids. It's not like you're a fucking unicorn. Now there's multiple people in there thinking down that road, but it ain't the fucking coaches.
No, and you're right. They should not be. No, man. I know you're more of a locker room type guy. You're more of a that's you. I would be remiss to think that even one player in that locker room is like, yeah, it's gonna be next year. No, you go out there, you give your damnedest, and you try to win the chip.
Right.
Because that's what it should be.
All some of them get.
They may not be on this team next year. They might be injured next year. 1,000,000,000%. You are bang on. I'm just saying that I'm not so sure that they are in quote unquote win now mode from an outsider view, not an internal view within the building.
And I can accept that, kids. Trust me, I'm not trying to argue you away from it. I'm just comparing how you're thinking next to how I'm thinking and what I think is going on inside that building. That's all. And it doesn't mean that I'm right and you're wrong. That's not what it means. It's just we just have a different way of looking at it. That's it.
And both ways are complete. Like I'm saying, are completely valid. If you're looking at it from the locker room view, I expect no less, and I hope to God that that's exactly how they're going to every single practice. You know what I mean? We're gonna take it home this year. That's what's gonna go down. If it doesn't turn up, hey, such is life. There is always next year, as one has said in the past.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but. Yeah.
All right, we got other conundrums on the roster, that we need. Conundrum.
Hey, you want to hear something as you change this real quick?
Yeah.
Detroit Lions cornerback Terrion Arnold voluntarily surrendered to authorities in Florida after facing an arrest warrant in connection to a robbery and kidnapping in Tampa.
Lord.
According to the Florida State Attorney's Office. In a press release, Arnold will face multiple felony charges which carry a potential sentence of life in prison.
God damn.
Arnold is accused of coordinating and directing co-defendants to lure 3 men to an apartment where the victims were robbed, beaten, and held at gunpoint. The cornerback initially reported to the Largo Police Department that he had been a victim of theft, $200,000 in personal items that were stolen from an Airbnb that Arnold owned. Arnold allegedly began orchestrating this retaliation with others within hours of giving his police report. According to an investigation cited in the police report, no one has the right to take the law into their own hands, state's attorney said. A dispute over missing property does not justify kidnapping, violence, or retaliation. This arrest is the result of months of investigative work and collaboration between Tampa Police Department and our prosecutors. Arnold and his 4 co-defendants are currently in jail without bond, according to the release. 2 other co-defendants pled guilty to their roles in the crime in the June 24th hearing. Of those who pled guilty were sentenced to 4 years in prison, followed by 6 years of probation. The other entered open plea with the court, and sentencing will be on a later date, and we will continue to pursue justice. So yeah.
Terrion Arnold, Scrolls, the cornerback from the Detroit Lions. Young cornerback. He's been there. He's probably going into his 3rd year.
Well, now, of course, Terrion Arnold categorically denies any involvement in the matters underlying the allegations made against him and maintains his innocence.
You're damn right he does.
CEO of EAG Sports Management, so his agent. There is no credible evidence linking Mr. Arnold to these allegations. Instead, the government appears to be relying on testimony from multiple convicted felons who have admitted their own involvement and may have substantial incentives to shift blames in an effort to lessen their sentences. Mr. Arnold looks forward to his day in court, goddammit, and is confident that the judicial system process will lead to his ultimate vindication. He sounds guilty as fuck.
Let me tell you something.
You better call Saul.
I remember this particular scenario playing out for me. And I'm not saying Terrion Arnold is guilty or innocent of anything. And I told my homeboys, and I know how they cut. I know how they roll. My homeboys, not my teammates, my homeboys from here. I said, man, if I get a certain amount of money, man, I can't fuck with y'all like that. Man, here you go. You ain't got no money, man. Now you already talking about. I was like, dog, when you get a certain amount of money, man, there's a certain amount of motherfucking responsibility. And I've seen this shit too many times. I'm just like, dude, I see you when I see you. But nah, it ain't gonna be, man, y'all be doing too much. The people you F with, that's when you're young, immature. And I hope none of this shit's true. And what's messed up about it is all the homies enrolled on it.
This is what I'm about to say. You know it's true, man. This is what I'm saying. So like,
they enrolled on him and play it out.
What's messed?
One of them.
This is the worst thing. This is a terrible story. First of all, I really thought I thought he would be a real talent in the NFL.
He is a real talent.
I'm not saying he isn't. I'm saying, like, when we looked at him, he looked amazing at what he did. I was really impressed. I was really mad that he wound up in Detroit. I'll be straight up and down about this. But apparently he didn't have a great inaugural season, and then this situation kind of pops off. But when I'll never really these are situations where when you have that kind of money, I'm gonna give you the quasi view of this. Like, when you have that kind of money, why wouldn't you just pay somebody to do this effectively? Why would you be in any way directly connected to this if you wanted somebody?
You gotta have a guy that knows a guy.
You can't be even the guy who knows that guy. It needs to be a guy.
Yeah, you got
another guy.
You got $200K missing, and immediately you want your motherfucking money back. And you're not thinking right.
Police report is like,
now your street mind is dominant, and not
my ninjas. Holla at your boy.
I know exactly how
we gonna find these old fuck ninjas.
I know exactly where his brain is, but then things go sideways, and you're inside. You're in jail. You're like, damn. Like, what's Terrion really can't come in here and bless me with commissary. Like, he can't really, you know what I mean? That's gonna make him look
he's gonna be here next to me.
He's gonna look real guilty if he's in here hooking me up and stuff. How does that even go down? Oh man, I'm gonna do a bunch of time for this. Like, these are all things that probably hey, look, if you do a bid, I got your woman taken care of in the Bahamas. We're gonna move her out there, paper free waiting.
But remember,
you just run the race.
If it's something from a principality of the matter, if you're dealing with the streets, You can't have somebody stealing from you. You know what I'm saying? You got to go get it back, and if that means you got to inflict some pain,
But
you
my
know,
boys
it's a punitive message.
Bro, let me tell you something, man. That can't even be a
You got to send a message.
This is like I look at what
in a conversation of any kind of retribution with none of them cats, because everybody got locators, talking devices in their pockets.
Well, that's what the prosecutor said. Ultimately,
that's just stupid, man. You're not thinking rationally. They high is what's going on. Motherfuckers high.
So here's what Scrolls is saying. He ain't wrong. This is where my head is. $200K for an NFLer is equivalent to like $500 for the rest of us. No way I'm kidnapping someone over $500. And I'm so with you. I can understand.
That's grown ass people talk.
100%. I can understand you being, fresh from the streets and pissed off about a situation. Like I get it.
You can't let him get away with $5.
Mind you, your $5 just jeopardized potentially millions of dollars for you, bro. Like this is how you got to look at that.
Generational wealth.
Sometimes you just need to shut the fuck up and take it. This is one of them times.
You got insurance? Write that off. Call your agent. They got lawyers. They got accountants.
Shut your mouth.
You got pictures. You got receipts.
What you do. This is something that Pac-Man told me when we was doing his camp. We was just sitting over there having a little lunch and shit while the kids was doing their thing. They was over there eating and we was eating. He was just like, man, the shit I do different. And old boy was just like, here you go again, man. He's like, man, for real, I do a whole lot of shit different. And he started talking. He was like, man, when it started coming to some of that money and some of the stuff that was, people was playing with his money and all that kind of stuff. He said, if I had to do it all over again, I'd have hired the best private investigator I can find and see what he can find out and keep my hand out of it. Because when you from the streets, naturally, your street mentality is dominant when it comes to your motherfucking.
There's a guy who knows a guy. That's actually a brilliant way to move. You hire that dude, you send him to go and figure out what happened with your stuff, and he'll be on that case. He gets paid. You wash your hands in the situation. You get your stuff back. Saul. Yeah, man. Because that, like, real talk, that's what Saul would do. Saul would call Mike. You know what I'm saying?
Right. You call Saul, and Saul handle it.
Saul call Mike, man. Mike will go and sneak up. He's an ex-cop. He'll figure things out. He'll know what's up. He'll let Saul know, and then y'all take care of it. That's how you deal with a situation like that. You can't go.
You can't be calling Mike yourself.
Don't play with no street kid money.
No.
I mean, right now he gonna react. His money ain't never had nothing in his life. Yeah. Some people get generational wealth. We get generational poverty, and so when he gets something. You take something from them, expect the worst.
Yeah, but you got to move different.
That's the lesson to be learned, Trip. That's exactly the lesson. When you're at that plateau, you have to at some point stop and go, you know what? I'm gonna make another 200K in about a month or two. Fuck it.
But then that's always where you need a mentor or a consigliere or a trusted someone that's like, hey, you're fucking up, youngin. It's like, hey, I understand this is a loss, but we're going to go to the legal, legit route. We got pictures, we got insurance, we'll write that shit off and you go on and you get ready for the season. As opposed to now, it's like, yo, we got to find the best criminal attorney we can. You know what I'm saying? To try to get the charges dropped if we can. Otherwise, you're looking at life.
You make too much fucking sense because you grown.
Yeah.
So you got to have somebody who's got some sense. And I wish that all young athletes, not just athletes, but young people had some mentor who is not trying to, manipulate them or take advantage of them or lead them down the wrong path. Or not answer questions for them, but give them alternatives, give them different perspectives, and let them make their own decisions from there. Because it sounds like Mr. Arnold's just coming from his street bag and was like, here's how we going to do this.
Yo, for $1,500 a month, I will do that for any player in the NFL. I just like to say that.
I know
from the bottom of my heart.
You say keep them on contract.
I can tell you guys, like by legislation, per legislation in the United States, you are an adult the minute you turn 18. At 21, you can drink and be out doing different things that you could never do because you wasn't old enough, right? But let me tell you something. Either one of those, you cross either one of those thresholds, it doesn't make you a man, and it doesn't make you an adult. Young people, there's no fucking manual. There's no manual known to mankind to help people at that point in their lives. Either you are a little bit more mature beyond your years, or you are basically a victim to your emotions, and you have to learn. You are either one of those two people. And I'll be honest with you, I was both of those people at different times. And I don't point my finger at none of those young kids. And Trip is right. I wish a lot more of them would accept some mentorship and some guidance, but it's hard to tell somebody who think they got the world figured out because they got money how to go about some shit. Because they think they know what they're doing. But that's how people learn.
Well, but that's the thing. If you are who you are, and you just happen to be around some shouties, and you just imparting some wisdom, just from your annals of knowledge, from experience.
Your what?
Not that kind of anal. Just calm down. Annals of knowledge. My bad. Settle down. And so you're just dropping wisdom and knowledge and dime pieces. Because I've been called, I don't know what generation is which.
You hear what he said, Scrolls? Did you hear that one, Scrolls? I got
but whether it be boss, whether it be unk, or whether it be OG, if you get their ear and their respect, they'll be more in tune, to listen to you, more open to, be receptive to your message. You can't go in just spitting out information and knowledge, that's offensive. They're not open to that. They're not receptive. So, just do what you can to the people around you, whether it be family, neighbors, or whatever. But, the more knowledge, the better in the future, because there's a lot of dumbasses in this, younger generation coming up with no guidance.
All right, let me Trip just blew up the whole show with that conversation, but it's interesting and worth talking about. I'm gonna tell you guys exactly the point where I knew I crossed the threshold of being a grown ass man. It was somewhere in between 28 and 32. 28 and 32. I knew I was a full grown ass man.
When you matured.
Yeah. That's
balls drop. Is that
emotionally that emotional maturity where I was more in control of my emotions than they were in control of me. Emotional maturity is adulthood to me.
So when you actually learn how to bite your tongue,
I move different. You learn how to, you start to feel like that was the first time in my life, as wild as I was, and I was just gone and doing whatever the hell I wanted to do. I didn't realize how much stress I was putting on my mother because she's a parent and she I don't know my son. It'd be weeks, sometimes a month or so before I even call home, go by there, and I just be out there. You know what I mean? Just doing me. And it dawned on me like, man, one day she stopped me when I was going through her house. She's like, hey man, stop for a minute, man. You need to, I know you grown and you want to do your thing, you having a good time out there, and I know you got all these girls, and stop. Let me know what you're doing. You ain't no telling where you probably all in other countries and other parts of the United States and ain't told me nothing. You need to call me, man. Holler at me once a week or something. But I'm not, you're unaliving me by me not knowing. I need to make sure my son is okay. That realization and understanding that you have to be accountable for you in another kind of way because people care about you. You know what I mean? That was a growth spurt for me. I don't know about you two, but that was a big growth spurt for me. I started to be more conscientious.
And how old were you when that happened?
Probably about 26, 27.
Wow. So that hit me at 16 years old, man, because I was in and out. I was I was like in and out of like bad shit. You know what I mean? I'm getting arrested on a weekly basis. You know what I mean? Like it was
You had kids, that's different, kid. I mean,
at 16, no, man.
Not at 16, but
no,
you
I'm talking
you
about.
didn't live the life we had to live over here.
Well, I'm telling you, my life was semi-similar. And the realization that I came to really early with my mom, you know, similar situation again, single family home deal. Was I was gone for about a month and I came back and she was like, I don't even know what to do with you. Like, I can't ground you. What, like, you're just gonna pick up and open the door and leave. I can't stop you from leaving. You can do whatever you want, but you know, what am I gonna do? And she was clearly lost. And I stopped. I looked at my mom. I was like, you know what, Mama? Here's how we're gonna work this, because I felt terrible. I was real wilding. And basically my answer to her was, what we're gonna do is this. If I call you, I'm in trouble. Okay. You just know that I can handle myself out there in the world. I'll be fine. If I'm calling you, it's either I'm just calling you to say, hey, and I love you, or I'm in big trouble. All right. If you don't hear from me, don't worry. I'm fine out there in the world. And she's like, I hate this idea. This is the worst idea, but I'm going to ride with it. And it worked. It worked very well for us. I'll be honest with you. Cause like when you know what hit the fan and I called her, she was able to make, you know, move mountains for me when the need was there. Other than that, she's like, all right, I know you can handle yourself out in the world. And sort of the longer that you go out and you do your thing, that I don't have to see, I don't have to question what you're doing. So like out of sight, out of mind, she got a little bit of peace of mind. It's a very weird dynamic, but that's how we approach the very same situation.
My mother used to hide my jewelry. You want to know why?
Why?
Just imagine why a mother would hide a young.
Just because she probably didn't want to get you to get, you know, for it to get snatched and be cause an altercation.
Partially, that's partially true. What up, Bearski? What up, dog?
What up, Paul Ski?
And did you see White Ghost's comment there?
Yeah. White Ghost. Yeah, I just put it up on the screen. Yeah, you practicing being grown until you 28, and then you grown. Exactly.
Can't argue with that.
So she would hide that stuff from me. I get mad, and I done paid mad money for this shit. And she was just like, she didn't tell me this directly. Now she knows how I grew up and being aggressive and always fighting and all that kind of stuff. And she made the mistake of thinking that if somebody rolled up on me with a pistol or something and, you know, wanted to rob me or take it from me, that I would try to fight them. I was like, Mama, my aunt told me about it, not my mother. And so when I found out, I was like, she thought I'm nuts. She think I'm nuts. What do you think? I'm stupid? There's no chance. I told her, ain't no chance. They gonna take that jewelry and that's just it. I ain't gonna have that jewelry no more. But it ain't gonna be no me trying to fight no gun because they taking something I paid money for. Nah, she's just like, you know what, you always fighting and you always aggressive. You don't mind, you'll fight in a minute. I'm just like, that's one thing. If somebody just pushing up and hey, if you think you can big dog me, no, I'm gonna whoop your ass. But if you got a gun, you the big dog. You know, it's serious. That's just how it's gonna be. And so yeah, when she told me that kind of broke my heart because she's just being a mother and being cautious. I'm arguing with her, fussing with her, like, you telling me you don't know where my shit is at? Where's my stuff at? Ain't nobody just come up in here and I got it stashed away, like in the ceilings of her home. And she's finding it. I'm not even there, bro. I'm not even there. I just stash the shit. I go over there and get it, put it on, be out in the street, right? She's finding it, taking it away from me, and I go buy some more. You know what I mean? But she is trying her best to rein me in and keep me out of. It's the parent that I love now. You know, I love my mother because she cared that much about me. She just did not want to lose me to what she saw going on in the street.
Street life.
And so, I mean, it's a different thing when you seeing your friend's son dying over, a pair of Jordans or whatever he had on at the time. You know what I mean?
Right.
That makes a parent feel a certain kind of way, and I don't have to be a parent to understand that.
Yeah, that's back then. Then it was a pair of Jordans or a Guess jacket. Today it's a pair of Jordans and whoever's famous. But now to wrap this up, I don't mean to laugh, but on this Terrion Arnold situation, the guys that they set up turned out were not the guys that took the stuff from their Airbnb. But 2 paragraphs and then we can move on. Investigators say the incident was streamed to Arnold, Hilton, and Freddie Hughes while they were traveling to the apartment while these 3 people were held at gunpoint. Police also say there was a group chat involving the defendants and that Arnold and Hilton gave directions through the chat while the attack was happening.
Man, dude, stop, Trips. Just stop. Stop right there. That's not funny, man, because
I know it's not, but it is.
that's just come on, man. That's somebody's life. He just wasted his shit.
I mean, so is it like their paper trail? No. Is it an electronic trail? Yes.
Trail. It's a goddamn. Oh my god.
That's a confession, basically.
You better call Saul, bro.
You're so comfortable.
Even
Saul can't roll his eyes.
Saul can't even save your ass, man.
What up, White Ghost, Bear Ski,
and
Hawkeye just busted up in here,
man.
Y'all, man. We gotta turn the corner, man. Because
let's go, because that's just that's that stupid funny.
Oh man, dog,
that slapstick.
I mean, young people doing stupid shit. It's not funny to me, man, because you just don't realize how much the worst part of your brain is taking over, and you don't know that until you grow up.
Well, but then when you see how many levels and depths of stupid there is, it's like, come on now.
The stupid, immature shit that I did as an immature person is limitless, man.
Well, eventually you knew when to cut bait. Eventually.
I'm still here and I'm still free.
Right. Where them on the other hand was like, yo, hit me on FaceTime when you got these fools hammed up.
Man,
I'll never. You see, this generation.
Stop, kid, because it's gonna go too far.
All right, I'm not sure
we got to keep going. Tristan already blew through a monkey wrench in this shit.
I know.
It is low down.
We got a production schedule we got to adhere to.
Okay, all
right. Let's do this, man. Let's talk about this guy and
he's motivated.
Realities, man. Realities are. We hope for the best, and I think we're in a Grady situation. I think we're in the same Grady situation we just got through talking about, where he's going to need that year and some time they're going to put some pieces around him to help him not look so bad, because they put too much on him, he's going to re-injure himself.
Oh man, why you go down that path?
It's just reality, man.
That's a real ass thing to say, man. It really is. Look, yeah, these 2 selections are like were a little bit baffling to me at the time. They're just as baffling to me now. I really hope motivated Dio Dingbo is a monster. That's all I can really say about this. I hope he enters the 2026 season like the Incredible Hulk and leaves like World Breaker Hulk. You know what I mean? Like that's all I can really put my hands together and pray for. The odds of that happening are from a historical perspective are non-existent. Right? Never before has he gotten into double-digit sacks in his career. Yeah, but let's throw him $48+ million. He's been injured. He was injured previously. This could be a recurring thing. I don't know. I don't know what to say, man. And my opinion, I'll be super real here. My opinion means absolutely nothing here. It's really all on the player. Can he get out there and be effective? Can he be the guy we all hope that he is? I don't know, man. At least he's not motivated, Terry.
Man, carry on can be your nephew, your son, anybody. Man.
That was cold.
That's because my son, my nephew,
anybody in the world, man. Come on.
Cold scroll. That's cold. I love it.
But Deo, when he was first signed, the majority of the fan base was like, "Who?
Yeah.
Like, oh, okay, all right, let's show me." And then it's like, oh, damn, Achilles. Wait a minute, his second Achilles. Oh shit. And then I was actually surprised that he has been on the turf out there running around a little something during OTAs and mini camp. And I was surprising that he would be back that soon, but he's motivated. He's out there and let's see what he can do. Earlier we were talking about, contracts on the D line and how players will fit going forward. Now is, Deo, he's been on the shelf. So it's like, all right, you're on the field now, play, produce, if not, deuces. And even if he does produce, whatever level that the coaching staff and or front office decide is or is not good enough to retain his services is going to depend on this season. So this is a important year for his career going forward, let alone, how he fits within the team framework and, his contributions to it going forward. So, there's a lot going on here beneath the surface to keep him motivated, if, he needed it, anymore.
All well said, man. All well said. I just this particular guy worries the heck out of me. A lot is lying on his shoulders. And when I say all that, the heaviest thing that's lying on his shoulders is his own contract. Right? Like, this is just like I said with Grady. This actually wasn't the guy I was talking about who's right next to him, but he also is in a contract year. There's still another guy. But this guy's contract is big. It's in question. And both of these players have to step up to the plate and hit home runs, period. There's no bottom of the ninth. Bases are loaded. It's a tie game. You know what I mean? Like, they need to come out there swinging for the fences. And all I can say is I hope we see home run after home run this season, because we really haven't seen very much from this particular talent who is, putting a real dent in the salary cap for this team. Like, they could have potentially went and got somebody else who, really could be effective. And that's where we are.
I think it all is speculative, number one. And even what I got to say is that I'm going to say this, man. Nobody can control whether or not they get injured. Nobody.
Nope.
It's going to happen if it's going to happen. Now, coming back from that injury, I don't care how much you're getting paid. I don't care how much you was getting paid before you got injured. You're getting paid that amount because you're getting paid that amount, period. There's nothing nobody can do about that. The thing is to understand that we expect something out of him that maybe he's not prepared physically to be able to produce. And to me, that requires a little bit of grace and understanding. That's just me and how I'm wired. I know either he's going to be okay or he's not going to be ready at all. And he's just going to be out there and they're going to push it when they don't need to push it. And so hopefully the people inside that building just have some kind of compassion and are not, basing whatever they decide they want to put on Dio this year based on money. The fact is he got injured playing for us. Remember that. He got injured giving his best he had for us. And so I'd rather see 100% Dio than somebody that's out there 50, 60, 70%. Because he's not going to give a good showing. Hopefully, in my opinion, the way they help him out is slide him inside more, give him more reps on the inside, and he doesn't have to stress that joint as much on the outside with all the, you got to be explosive out there. But in the inside, you still have to be explosive, but in a different kind of way. It's more compact and it's less stressful to your body when you're doing it that way. Because when you're pushing up against an offensive guard in front of you or an offensive tackle right in front of you, that's a different thing than, getting off the line of scrimmage and getting that burst and putting that stress on your joints and tendons and all that kind of stuff that an outside edge rusher has to do. So what I'm saying is I hope that they kick him inside a whole lot more to help him come along. And as he starts to come along and he starts to feel better and you start to see a different kind of Dio, then you gradually give him some reps on the outside and, help him out that way. But to me, the best part of Dio we can see is from the inside right now, for sure. Not on the edge. I'll say that until the season starts and we start seeing it. But remember, I told y'all that that's the best thing they can do for Dio right now is keep him on the inside as much as possible while he's repairing.
Right on.
So much for those edge rusher reps, which really puts a lot of pressure, at least on somebody who isn't in a contract year,
Give us some of these healthier guys.
And there's the name I was talking about. I think Booker will step up, but Dexter needs to step up.
Give it to some of these healthier guys, man. You don't have to put that on Dio if it's not necessary, All right. You know what? We'll do one more guy. I had a couple to talk about, but we'll do one more so we can move to something else. How would y'all feel if Braxton Jones ends up as your starting left tackle? Honestly.
I'm sick of talking about left tackle, period. Like I really am. I don't care if he's a left tackle. I don't want him to be the left tackle because I really thought that, they'd made significant strides to get away from this particular player in one capacity or the next. If we're sort of full circle 360 degrees back to rocking with Braxton Jones, in my opinion, it's because he's the best guy in camp and he's proven that he is. And I hope to God, I hope that's actually what's going on. If he is the best guy in camp, then I don't care. Whoever wins the job wins the job.
Yeah, I'm there too. Between Jedrick Wells, Braxton, Theo, Haran Amagaji, whoever wins, cool. When the pads go on, now the coaches will be able to make, better determinations. And whoever wins, let's just stay healthy. And whoever does not healthy, be prepared to come in and just in case. Until, next season when, or end of the season, whatever they decide, if and when, Ozzy comes back. And then, we'll be right back at this spot all over again. So, the left tackle is going to be a position that is in flux, unless Braxton or one of the aforementioned guys just comes in this season, takes it and says, yeah, this is mine's now, and locks it down and doesn't look back. That's a possibility as well. So, yeah, that's all I got.
I don't think, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think I can remember a time. Let's just say I don't remember a time at all where we were this talented at left tackle. I don't remember. We may have been, and I just don't recall it. But I don't remember the left tackle position being this talented. in at least a long ass time. And I agree with y'all with kids, and he was talking about whoever wins it. But if Braxton Jones comes out of this thing and he is because what's going to happen is they're going to go into camp and they're going to take their reps. Everybody's going to be talking about who took first reps. Braxton didn't get the first reps every day. Yeah, they're going to set it up for Braxton to win it because they're paying him. They're going to set it up for Braxton to win it, but if he wins it, he wins it. If he doesn't, that means somebody else's talent superseded his. And that's what it is, man. And to be honest with you, healthy Braxton Jones is going to be kind of formidable. I'm being honest with you. But I don't think, and this is just me, I don't think healthy Braxton Jones and his talent supersedes Jedrick Wills, his talent healthy. If both of those guys are healthy, fighting for the same role, I'll say it again, I think Jedrick Wills will win that battle. He might not start off getting the first team reps, but I'm telling you, he's going to end up with them if he's healthy.
So I think a little bit of the opposite is true with respect to who they are sort of going to give the reps to. I don't know if they want to give the reps to the guy that they're paying low money, or do they want to give the reps to the guy that they're not paying at all?
They're going to give them to Braxton because he's getting paid to get him.
Hold on. They can easily get out of this contract with Braxton in a year's time regardless. And they want to have their left tackle, right? So if you're not paying a guy,
yes, 1 year deal.
You know what I'm saying? You have the ability to now strike a deal with that guy and lock him down for a period of time if he's the guy, which might be better than what you're dealing with Braxton, right? So that's my little 2 cents with the
going on and on about money supersedes everything all night, and it doesn't here.
No, money still supersedes everything because you can still get the best contract out of so like with Braxton, because you're paying him now and you're going to pay him next year and down the road, it's just money. But with Jedrick, we're talking about a first round caliber talent. If he actually steps up to the plate and you can extend him low money, that's a win-win. Now you're winning. You see what I'm saying?
I got you, man. Let's leave it there.
Just another way of looking at it too. But I hate to say this out loud, but I'm pulling for Jedrick Wills, man. I would really like to see him, be that phoenix out of the ashes and take control of that left tackle position and run with it. I think we've seen what we've seen from Braxton. I think we'll see more of that. And I think the Bears brass had seen what they had seen enough and decided to draft 3 times over to avoid having to see it some more. And here we are again, right? So if he's the guy and he wins the battle, though, more power to him.
Hey, I promise you, I won't be mad whoever wins this thing.
Me either.
I promise you that.
I'm so tired of talking about this position. I'm just saying I just want.
It's very important, man.
It's extremely important. I'm being facetious when I say it. I just want it to be stable, right? I just want there to be some level of stability at this particular area because it is super, super important.
It's gonna be stable by way of the amount of talent you have there.
Yeah, I hope so.
You got Kieran that is hoping to come get a part of this situation too.
Man,
we'll see how that goes.
I think really he should be on this little thing here right now because ain't nobody talking about Kieran Amagachi.
He'll probably show up next week.
Okay, all right. He's worth a conversation because God only knows.
I can remember a part of last off season when Kieran was apparently looking good at some point, and then something happened. I don't know whether he had a hamstring.
The sun turned up the following day.
Something, and it's unfortunately something happens every time with him. He looks good. All the reports look good. Like Kieran Amagachi looking really good. Next thing you know, he got some injury.
Brother, he can't walk down the stairs without some without Chevy Chase shit happening. it's really unfortunate. I would love to hear that he's had the opportunity and rose to the occasion. And like I'm saying this about Karan, but I will say the same thing about each and every prospect at the left tackle position. They all have their own little, they all have their own ups and downs, all of them. I want somebody to really rise and take the reins and own it. And I have to say, Theo really rose and took the reins last year and owned it until he got injured. And then the whole thing went back into the same position. Ozzy came out, owned it, and now he was the guy. Then he got it. It's crazy.
Football happens.
The football happens all the time. You know what I mean? In a season, every Sunday it happens. So,
but it does.
Yeah, man, it's crazy. But yeah, such is the left tackle position in the NFL. Yeah,
we have one more guy to talk about, but we'll save that just because for time's sake, so we can get some other stuff in, man. And that will complete the Bears conversation for this week. I'm just gonna pull a card here, man, and go somewhere. And me and kids at least will be able to talk about it. We hope Trip will get a word or two in here. This is gonna be interesting, man. Let me pull this to the side for a second and go here. We talked about this last week. This show right here only has one season, and it's a shame. It's a shame. I know all the stuff that happened with the lead actor here, and that's one thing. I'm going to put that to the side just so we can get into the nuts and bolts of the storyline here of this series, which I think is an absolute original. H.P. Lovecraft. I've heard some things about him, but I'll put that to the side as well.
You have to, but continue.
I think this has got to be, if not the most. I mean, I look for different. When I go look for shows, I look for movies. I'm looking for something I've never seen. I look for concepts that I haven't conjured in my head. And this show right here is that. It's so many. The depth of the layers here in this show is incredible, man. How it came off on the screen, how it played out, it just takes you through stories and stories. It's deep on a level. We'll get into some of that, man, but I can go on and on about how good the show was, in my opinion, and how upset I am that this thing didn't get picked up for the next season. This is ridiculous, man. This is one of the best shows I've ever seen in my life. Straight up. But go ahead, kids. Tell me your thoughts about this.
I haven't seen this one. I thought I told you I didn't see this one.
I thought you told me you did.
No, I haven't seen this. What I did say was a little bit about Jonathan Majors and his
you digs.
Well, his ousting from the MCU in what is probably, like, for them to have given him the role that they gave him in the MCU speaks to the type of actor that this guy actually is, like his capability as an actor. It speaks volumes. He was given the character that Chris Claremont, who was a famous writer mainly for the X-Men, but actually wrote the better part of the 70s and early 80s Avengers, X-Men, Fantastic Four. And when he came in to Marvel, he came in and he goes, look, I want to connect all of the Marvel properties because they're too separated. They don't even really interact. And he winds up figuring a way to pull them all together, which culminates in Secret Wars, which will be a movie down the road here for the MCU. But getting to Secret Wars, he introduces this character named Kang the Conqueror. And that is the character that they bestow on Jonathan Majors. And I hadn't seen anything with Jonathan Majors in it before, and I wasn't really sure, the level of acting that he would put forward. And they threw him in as more or less the big bad in the series Loki. And not only did he hold water, he smashed this role real quick. And he wasn't in the film, he wasn't in the show for an extended period of time, but he just came in with such vigor that I was in. I was like, this is going to be really cool, whatever he does with the rest of this character. Unfortunately, life happens. Shit hits the fan. Some people call the cops. And here we are. Unfortunately, Jonathan Majors is no longer associated with this property, Lovecraft Country, nor is he associated with the Marvel property that I was just telling you about. Other things like H.P. Lovecraft is not a cool guy. And that's like half the reason why I haven't watched this show is because his name is associated with it. Like that's 90% of the reason why I haven't watched this show yet. I understand it's super cool and it's got some very interesting
for the record, kids, I knew nothing about H.P. Lovecraft.
I know a lot
until post this show.
I know a lot, and I'm trying to like not to like get into H.P. Lovecraft.
Stay down there and
I'm doing you a favor. I know a lot. It's just he's not a person who's he's not an amicable, he's not a good dude, man. He's not an amicable person, not a good dude. I would not go out of my way to support anything that he's even loosely involved in. And that's why this guy ain't watched this shit yet.
Yeah, see, I saw the like first 2-3 episodes, and I appreciate the historical aspects of it, cool. But I don't know, is it psychological or supernatural or
all of
or the spiritual or whatever the hell that is? I ain't into. And then I was like, I ain't watching this bullshit. It's a waste of time. And so it was like, all right, maybe I'll come back to it. But then it's like, shit, it's only one season. Man. And so that was like the end of that.
Everything you said, Trips, is all that.
Everything is to do with what? Spiritual,
thriller, supernatural, historical, everything you just mentioned.
Yeah.
It's that and so.
Yeah, but none of those are my genres.
Well, how's none of those your genre?
Because I like action. I like dark.
A lot of that.
Well, it didn't have the action that I like.
Well, you only watched a couple episodes.
Well, yeah, because there's only a couple more, and it's like, why? Because it wasn't like the story captured me. It wasn't like, oh shit, I got to see what happens. I was sitting there looking like.
I was like that the first couple of episodes myself, Trips.
So yeah, I couldn't get past what the F is this S, and then I was like, yeah, this is not doing anything.
I was the same way the first couple episodes. It took, like, to me, a good series. Some of them jump right off at you, right off the top. You just like, oh yeah. And then some of them build the plot line.
Yeah, this is a builder, a grower, not a shower.
For sure. And the deeper, the more episodes you watch, you like, oh my, yeah. But that's just me. I thought this was, let's just say, somebody will gravitate to a movie, somebody will gravitate to a show, anything, series, limited series, anything it is, based on their mindset and what is captivating to them. And I'm not saying because I was so captivated by Lovecraft Country, everybody will be. But I know, a lot of people that what.
Look at the thumbnail. Like if back in the day, that's how you figured out what movie you wanted to see. You look in the back of the paper and it'd be a little box and have like a lot of little times in there, real small in the theaters and shit, number whatever. Or you called up the place on the movie phone, 976, whatever. And boom, 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 this starts at this time. Or you go to the theater and you look at the movie posters. And that's how you determined, what you want to see. if there was somebody, you know, with some kind of firearm, you know, that's my thing, or they're doing some kind of martial arts, I'm in there. But if I saw this movie poster, you know, with this couple and like some octopus thing behind it, it's like, yeah, I'm there. That's like some dragons or some bullshit.
Everything you described is called a movie trailer.
Well, but that's the you know, back then, you know, we didn't have it. I'm just looking at the visual, and this thumbnail, this movie poster, does not make me say, hey, this intrigues me, because it's like, nah.
Trip, I would if this show had any other name, I would watch it straight up and down. You throw that guy's name in this thing, there's certain people out there that I am not going to like support. This is not a, like I'm saying, this guy's
He's
not
an awful human being for sure.
What's that?
He's an awful human being.
He is an awful human being. And once I saw that name, I was like, yo, you know what? I can't, you know what I mean? Like, I cannot. Well, we will have to see if this lasts long enough and is on some kind of thing that I might be interested in, because on my own volition, I ain't going in. I will not be going in watching this because he's in some capacity associated with it. Douchebaggery, bro. But that's unfortunately that's where I am with this this situation. I can't say that I will go in, mainly because of a lot of what Tripp said. I'm most of these series at this point, it takes you 4 to 5 episodes for them to sort of, you know, slow roll the plot in, and then they start to get into the actual show towards the very end of that, you know, season 1, whatever show it is. So I expect very similar, and I expect that they probably had a lot of things like leading into season 2. I expect season 2 to have been a big thing.
Hey kids,
what can
you
you
know
do?
the funny thing about what you just said about so there's the irony of all this, that piece of shit, H.P. Lovecraft. The irony of this all, and this will give you an example, I mean, a little hint into what kind of guy he must have been. This whole thing was they flipped all this shit on his head.
I'm not surprised
by hiring all this black cast.
Yeah, I get that. Oh, don't do it, because this is exactly the way that my thought train went. Was like they like, man, I hate to say what I'm
black screenwriter.
Yeah.
She is dope.
I bet she is, but she might also be fully entrenched and in agreement with Lovecraft's
ideologies.
You know what I mean? Like that's
what I tell you, she ain't.
Okay.
Check that. She's a bad.
Just telling the story.
Body, and also one of the dudes from Key and Peele is an executor on here.
That says a lot, but that don't say.
You can see
this is definitely a Jordan Peele kind of flavor, because he's kind of
Jordan Peele. I think it is Jordan Peele.
Yeah, because Keegan-Michael Key is more funny and goofy. Jordan Peele's the dark, you know, production director, creative.
You'll definitely see his fingerprints in it if you like his screenplay.
Yeah, like Get Out and I was like, what am I watching? I didn't even finish that movie. It was like, this is too stupid for me, and I went on and not gave it a second thought. And then like his other movie with the football one.
I haven't seen that one. I haven't seen that.
I didn't care as much for.
You know what I mean? I watched it and it was like, yeah, what am I watching?
I think Marlon Wayans was the wrong actor for that. That would have came off different with another lead.
You know, but that's his kind of his flavor. He's that dark, you know, kind of occultish.
You're talking about him. That movie.
Jordan. Well, his vision of works, of the things that he does, the kind of movies that he puts out, you know, are more of that spiritual, occultish kind of, you know, edge of reality kind of thing. You know, that's his lane. And this fits that lane perfectly.
I can't argue with that. And I'm just saying it would take exactly this to make black people give a fuck about H.P. Lovecraft. You know what I mean? Like exactly exactly that level of over and above.
They took it from him and turned it on his ass.
Yeah.
I mean, they turned it on. They put a all black cast, all black.
This is how you do it.
Executives.
Let's introduce black people to X.
And when you find out what his story is, you know why they did it like that.
Bro.
It's dope, but that's that's Lovecraft Country. It's on HBO Max. You should check it out. If I can't tell you if you should or not, because if you find out about H.P. Lovecraft before you go and watch something like this, you say that probably won't. You know
did you know about HP before you watched it?
I did not.
Okay, all right. I
had no idea who the guy was.
I fully accept it.
I had no idea who the guy. I probably would be just like you.
When did you
after the fact? Probably 2 years, 3 years after.
Okay, all right.
And more recently than not.
All right. Totally cool, man. Totally.
I had no idea who the guy was, man.
Yeah, man. He's not good, folks.
No. All right, but let's get into something more general that I think I know we all saw this. Maybe a couple, 2-3 times, but this is a very good movie. And the storyline here, I just want people to think where these people were, what kind of mindset these people were in because of the situation.
Nice.
Anybody wants to go and give a thought on what
you want to go ahead, kids, or you want me to go?
Man, I'm gonna let you go, Trip, because I've definitely seen this movie one time, but good Lord, it's been a minute. This is You Can't Handle the Truth, right?
Yeah, that's that. This is A Few Good Men, Tom Cruise, Jack Nicholson, Hollywood icons for show. But the story of Tom Cruise plays a Marine lawyer, JAG officer, judge, advocate general. So he is defending 2 Marines who were accused of unaliving another Marine in training. And Jack Nicholson is the company commander. And it comes down to a big court case. Is it your fault? Is it not your fault? Did you order the code red? You want me on that wall? You can't handle the truth. A lot of quotables throughout the movie. I'm not gonna ruin it for you. No spoilers. It's 30 years old, but don't worry about it. You'll see it. So yeah, the politics within the military. The interpersonal drama with some of the people. It was a good movie. Dramatic license, of course, taken, but it was entertaining and it made you think, how much of the rules should be bent or allowed to be, ignored when you're out in a war zone and you got to keep your shit wired tight. Good, bad, and different. Where do you come up with it, kids?
Wait a minute. Before you go, kids, can I say something? If you don't mind?
Yeah, man.
Trips, I want to add to, because I think you eloquently did it right, but I think you leaving out, I think the nuts and bolts of this, the way I receive it, I can probably say it in a few words. Comes down to this hazing, breaking ranks, not breaking ranks, and protecting status quo. And anything that comes against it, somebody has to be above and beyond to break ranks, because this is so status quo and this is so normal within the ranks of what they're doing here. It takes somebody that's going to be, brave enough to say, you know what, I'm not afraid to break ranks because this is not right. It's hazing, it's fraternal, it's a lot of, a bunch of rituals that happens that's unnecessary, in my opinion. And when it doesn't belong there, in my opinion. Go ahead, Trips.
Well, discipline, rite of passage, ritual, all different forms of hazing, the same thing. But then it comes down to what is, right isn't always legal. What is just isn't always legal. But those lines, those gray areas, are crossed every day. But it's also different when you're crossing it because you're ordered to. If you are in a hierarchy where you got to do what other people tell you to do, and they tell you to do some shit that might be illegal, and it's like, well, I couldn't say no, or well, you're not supposed to do illegal orders, and it's like, but then I'll be the one on the receiving end of the hazing. So it's a very complex situation for many parties involved.
Trips, would you agree that military is a people business, right?
It is a lot of people.
Okay, what I've done a lot of the times in my life is in the people business. It's not military, but it's something similar. And I remember one of the this person never lets me forget about it because she interviewed me, and we're still friends now. She interviewed me, and I think it was a trick question, but the way I answered it, I think for muckster ass, and she's been spitting by me since then, not in that kind of way, but she just adores me. She asked me the question in an interview: what do you deem to be appropriate or inappropriate? She asked me, what do I deem to be inappropriate? I'm doing a job. I'm getting ready to go mentor some kids or something. Or no, it was developmentally disabled people. So they were adults. And she says, what do you deem to be inappropriate? And I answered her by telling her, it depends on whose eyes you're looking through. And she was just over the moon. She got up and walked out of there and went and got like 3 more people, came back in the office and came back and re-asked me that question. And she asked me again and I said it. She said, how did you come up with that answer? That's brilliant, brilliant. I'm just like, because you have a protocol and a set of standards that we are all supposed to go by. And I'll take that as my baseline. But if you ask me what's appropriate and what's inappropriate, I think it depends on the situation. You have to use good judgment. They were blown away.
Mm.
They were blown away, and the same can be applied here in this movie.
To be frank, that general statement you made should be applied to a lot more than just this movie or that situation, right? Like you should apply it across the board and really judge things by I try to judge things by looking at them both ways, right? That's it. If somebody else is putting you in their box and deeming that's a situation is inappropriate to them, that scale does not necessarily apply to me, right? Like your scale of what is appropriate or inappropriate doesn't apply. I don't work for the same organization as you, for instance, or I don't follow the same protocols or go to the same school of thought that you adhere to. It's funny because I went to get my oil change the other day, and to cut to the chase, these guys ripped me off, and it was pretty blatant. They wanted to charge me 3 times what they'd quoted me. I went to my other mechanic, and he was like, they are ripping you off for sure. One of the mechanics there said, look, I used to work for this guy who's the manager over there. Go talk to the manager. I get back, and I'm like, yo, let me speak with the manager. And the girl at the desk said, no, all the managers are gone. What are you doing here? It's like, well, you guys quoted me $150. You charged me $450. This is crazy. It's crazy. So like this is for an oil change of all things. She's like, well, it's your parts. I'm like, the part is a oil filter, which clearly here says $20. So I'm not sure what parts we're talking about that cost an additional $300. Like, this is outlandish, and I need to speak to somebody about this. So she's like, and she goes and she gets one of the techs. The tech comes in. He goes, sir, like you drive a luxury vehicle. It's off brand, so you can expect that the work would cost a little bit more. And I'm like, I can respect that. I'm perfectly fine with that. I will pay a little bit more, but 3 times more is crazy, right? Like, this is ridiculous. So now another technician has come in the room. There's 2 technicians, me and my son, and this girl at the front desk, the receptionist. And I'm going, and now I'm not angry, but I'm clearly not happy. I'm cursing because that's what I do when I'm not happy. So I'm cursing, F this, F that. This is effing stupid, et cetera, et cetera. And at some point, this young lady stands up. She goes, Sir, your language is inappropriate. That is unacceptable language in this establishment, sir. And I stopped. I looked at this young lady. I said, how dare you tell me how to speak? Do you know what's inappropriate? Do you know what's unacceptable? Ripping me off to the tune of $300. And when I say that last part, now my voice is elevated and I'm saying it relatively loud.
And I call that situation circumstantial.
Yes.
So that's the pregnant part about it.
Yes.
Circumstance is so pregnant with morality, immorality, and having to make a decision in between.
Well, I'm not under the again, I don't subscribe to her personal
morality,
her personal morality or her personal code of ethics, right? Like, I subscribe to my own. I conduct myself in the manner that I wish to conduct myself. I'm the nicest guy you could possibly meet out in the streets, 100 billion%. Cross me, and I might be absolute demonic. Like, I'm just saying, don't do it. Be on my good side, and we'll be so good.
Don't do it.
You know what I mean? We'll be so good,
baby.
But that's where we were. So I had to sort of pull that little card on her and go like when I said it to her, she picked up and she's like, oh, and she left. And magically, a manager showed up and gave me a refund and shit. And like that's exactly what I had intended to happen in the end. But yeah, like it was, it's wild to think that other people can paint you with their code, their ethics.
It'll happen so fast to you. You walk up to the next situation you might encounter tomorrow. Walk into the next situation you're going to encounter, and it might be pregnant with all of that, and you don't even realize it.
I always do, and this is why I'm saying I'll pull that I dare you to pull my card. Pull my card. You know what I mean? Like I dare you to. And this is exactly what
that's where this movie is, man.
Well, but then a lot of it comes from maturity as well. From the previous conversation, because a couple of the principals in this movie had a lack of maturity because they were young.
Yeah, very true.
They weren't in a position to make, those adult grown-up decisions. And in the situation that Kids described with the counter person, a mature, triple R knows that even though it may be in your brain that, hey, look, I'm gonna get out on probation by the time you're starting rehab. So you stop messing with me and it won't be none. And if you can just think it but not do it, but you can portray that with your eyes, they can pick up on that, and then you get beautiful customer service, Kids.
Oh, brother, I raised my voice just a little bit, just a measured amount, and the entire altercation changed.
Like, hey, over here, look at me. So
changed.
where's
Yeah.
the manager?
Kez,
Manager magically shows up.
Kez, this movie was all circumstantial. Number one. Number two, it was not so much in a way that you had tradition, you had rituals that come with tradition, you had the hazing that came with tradition, and people that made decisions based on it. And you had to have somebody that in this movie would stand up and be, the hero who was the hero. And he was. He it's hard to imagine somebody actually doing that today. You know what I mean?
But
Somebody,
remember, both of these guys think they are the hero.
Mhm.
yeah, of course.
In
That's
different capacity.
why I
You're
said
right.
it's pregnant with all kinds of morality and immorality because of that.
And codes of ethics. You're so bang on with that. This is a really good. It's a good way to frame this particular film, because that's really what it's about. It's about a code of ethics versus another code of ethics, and whose morality is correct, I suppose, is really
And not only correct, but legal.
is legal. Well said.
It's a big fat loaded ass question.
Yeah.
On what side of this?
Because not all the answers are the same.
No, and they're not the same for everybody, right?
Right.
Yeah, crazy.
I know some people that might have sided with the general here.
Well,
No
from a chain
speak-
of command perspective, you're damn straight. Like they could have sided with Jack Nicholson. You're so right.
Yeah, because
Unfortunately, there's a dead body somewhere.
The chain of command and the reasons that it exists. He's not wrong.
No.
This is what they. I think to really sum it up to me, what I took from it was there needs to be change, and
Well,
somebody stood up and said, "Okay, this is wrong. We got to stop doing this." And then there's another one that said, "Okay, if you want me to stop doing this, you're not safe, because we need to do it. There's got to be a certain level of this for you to be safe."
Mm-hmm.
Well, it is on a different level, a bit of an expose of just institution, and sort of showing you that, institution can be manipulated through a code of ethics, which is crazy to really expose in a film. So I have to give Rob Reiner a little bit of props on this one, who I like come to understand that he's the director of this. I'm very surprised that he directed this movie.
Didn't know that.
Very talented he was.
He was indeed. Rest in peace, Rob. He's done all kinds of different things. But like, now that I think about it again, he was always very politically polarizing in a comedic way throughout his entire career. And this movie is no different, except you can probably remove the comedic part.
Well, no, there's a lot of Tom Cruise one-liners, levity, if you will.
Fair. But yeah, no, well directed, well produced, expose again into just military as an institution, and how that chain of command can be manipulated or used to manipulate people lower in command, right? So
I would also say, kids, the trips, if you want to take it down to a bare bones level of perception of how you could see this movie, it could be seen in this particular way simply. Too much bullying going on in the U.S. military.
That's another great expose piece again for to bring this story to fruition.
It might have been the whole story and concept might have been brought from that.
You're right, and not even to take that into question. It probably was right. It's hard to say that Rob Reiner was really trying to attack that chain of command / code of ethics thing more so than he was really trying to say, hey, there's too much hazing in military. Maybe I can expose that, right? It might have been both, knowing this guy, right? Yeah. Like, so the other thing I did want to sort of bring to light, clearly you can see Tom Cruise and Jack Nicholson here, but this cast is pretty stellar. You've got Demi Moore, Kevin Bacon, Kevin Pollak from Usual Suspects, one of my favorite movies, by the way. Kiefer Sutherland is in this movie as well. It's pretty.
He's the opposing counsel.
There you have it. Like pretty decent ensemble cast put together to really bring this movie to fruition. So,
and then the judge is an older black dude with a mustache that you don't know his name, but he's been in everything.
Okay.
Yeah, he was a military every role he played in, to me. Even when he wasn't. Like he was in what is it, Living Single or some shit.
He's probably somebody's daddy.
He was something I saw. Another thing to add to this, man, is I'm having a brain fart right now, but come to me. This whole movie is wrapped around a bunch of young people that are supposedly trained to have to make a choice between who lives and who dies. Very young people. We just got through having a whole conversation about young football players and shit like that make bad decisions, right? All of this shit in this movie is tied to youth, exuberance, and the ritualistic hazing that comes with that. And they have to make decisions. They're going out in the world, and I ain't talking about the United States. I'm talking about out there in the world and making decisions. Young ass people, whether who lives or who dies. So the military is really diabolical on who they choose to go out there and make those decisions. They get the young, strong back, weak mind type of people, and they go out there and have them make decisions that represent and reflect all of us. And I don't know how smart that is.
Well, people that are logical thinkers are not just going to follow orders like that, and so that kind of goes adverse to their mission goals and how to achieve them. So they need people that will say, "Hey, jump over that wall," even though bullets are flying or bombs are dropping. They go, "Sir, yes, sir." And whereas other people be like, "Wait, nah, there's bullets flying and bombs dropping. I ain't going out there." It's like, well, that's the job. It's like, I don't want to do that. So you need a certain, not only standard physically, but mentally. And it's not saying that they're not, searching for Mensa candidates, but they're not searching for Mensa candidates.
Strong back, weak mind. Strong ass back, weak ass mind.
Mm-hmm.
They're hunting them. They're hunting them.
But now, as we can see through world events, asymmetrical warfare, and now if you can put on a VR set and operate a drone, or air or sea or any kind of AI, robotic type extension, they got a place for you.
You know what? That's wild. I never really thought about it like that. Maybe I'm just saying, maybe the military is a great place, for a handicapped person to actually really proliferate.
You'd be able to contribute because you can't run as a handicapped person, can't run around out on the battlefield, but if you can be set up, at a remote location
as a drone pilot.
Yeah, there you go. Now you can contribute.
I just saw a series. I can't think of the name of it right now, but it's got the guy that played Freeway Ricky in the show called what is that show? Freeway Ricky Ross. What is that show? It was a good show on AMC or something.
You got me.
Anyway, man, I think his name is Damson something. Anyway, I think he's European, but he plays this role of just what you just got through describing. You can find somebody like that can operate a drone from some remote location and dump on people, right?
Mm-hmm.
In that role in this movie, and he goes against protocol, and he just takes it upon himself and just eliminates some people along with a handful of his soldiers, just because he thought that was the best thing to do. He's doing this stuff from a remote location, so he's not necessarily connected to any of it because it's just something he's seeing from a distance, right? And so he does that one too many times, and they take him, and it's just like, you know what, we want to court martial your ass and just put you out of the military, but this is what we're gonna do.
But instead, we're going to give you a promotion.
No, that's exactly what they didn't do. They put his ass in the war zone.
Oh no!
Directly in the war zone. Not only that, they put him in there with a drone bot lieutenant that looks human.
Okay.
It's like a Terminator. It's like a Terminator. And this guy takes him, and he at the very beginning, he just looks like a normal, superior. But then he shows him what I am. I'm not really real. I'm a bot created by these people in Washington to go out there and destroy. And so I can't think of it. I'm gonna have to go in there and ask my girl, but we just got through watching this. But it's exactly describing what you all just said.
That's
somebody that just, all he wants to do is, okay, take orders. I'll go destroy some people. I ain't got to be there. And then he gets thrust into the real shit where it got real, and he has to make decisions based on, these are real people, man. They actually live lives and they're human. How do you feel now?
Crazy. That's a pretty wild little idea. But yeah,
war is definitely going down that road. Definitely going down that road where it's kind of remote. It's not actually man on man. I'm across from you, you're across from me, and I got to take you out. You got to try to take me out. No, it's not. It's that still, but it's a whole lot more of remote battle.
Yeah,
asymmetric is what they call it.
You don't want it to be any other way, right? You kind of want it to be that remote thing, but at the same time, military, under my understanding, they have some levels of a physical requirement that would likely prevent somebody from gaining access like that. So it would be cool if they changed that and really sort of thought about it from a different degree. So we'll see. We'll see what happens in the future, but I think it'd be a great area for, for a handicapped kid to really show some different skills.
I think war is stupid, and
can't argue with that.
And it's very rarely necessary. And I'll give you a fun fact before we get out of this. In the 250 years of our existence here in the United States, there's only been 16 effing years in the entire existence of the United States where there's been no war. Think about
that was.
Think about that next time you go fly that flag.
Wonder when that was.
Very sparingly, let's just say that. Any last thoughts on this movie? Because it's got a lot of, I'm telling you, this thing is just rife with all kinds of thoughts and ideas about what we think about the world, what we think about war, what we think about the militaries and how necessary they are. There's just all kinds of conversations. I'm just not with all this. I'm sick of fighting, and I'm sick of wars. I'm sick of people finding every reason to attack the next people instead of finding every reason to find peace with them. I'm just sick of it, man. This world cannot have what it deserves to have with people like this in the front.
Well, you're so bang on at the end of the day. If just the idea that we would have wars on the planet against each other explains why we're so far behind where we really should be as a collective humanity. So here we are.
Very, very primitive on its face.
On its face, super primitive.
But all right, we got a little time. Y'all want to do a record review? We can do that before we get out of here.
Hey, we can do that on the way. But I just wanted to mention that somebody it was Nomad that was talking about the Man on Fire, and I looked to
that-
see if I could check out the series of it. You know, I saw the Denzel Washington movie a few years back, but I didn't see the series. But I saw the original Man on Fire with Scott Glenn and Joe Pesci, and I watched that, and I was thoroughly entertained.
Wait a minute. There's one before that, before Denzel.
It is
Oh shit.
with a young Joe Pesci and Scott
Oh,
Glenn. You know Scott Glenn from a lot of stuff.
Probably not by name, but
Well, you'll know his face when you see him. He's
no,
been in everything.
no shit. A fucking another Man on Fire.
And it was that was Man on Fire. And then you look at it and you see the similarities, but you also see the differences, as the Denzel movie was set in like Colombia or South America, and this one was in Italy.
Yeah, look
Yeah,
at
it's
Ice
pretty
Cold
good.
Efficiency. He saw that Man on Fire. I'm telling you, it's a good watch, especially for you, Trips. You like that kind of action.
Yeah, but usually I'm gonna wait till a few seasons is in the box, in the can, if you will.
You go, man. You a weirdo on that.
Because then I'll watch it all at one time.
It's not that weird, man. And why I'm saying that is because of a little bit of what we discussed with Lovecraft Country. A lot of the stuff that comes out, like Game of Thrones, as for instance, super slow roll for at least the first 6 episodes. So you're just kind of, you're building to a what the French would call a denouement, right? Like a climax, and then you can go to a different direction. And if it reaches the climax and people are interested, it generally goes on for a few more seasons and people continue their interest and the interest builds. If people aren't interested, it ends in 1 season.
I guarantee you, Trips, you get to the end of that season, you know for a fact there will be another season.
Yeah,
I'll just leave that there.
And this other the other Man on Fire was 1987. Scott Glenn, Joe Pesci, Danny Aiello.
I think this question here is posed to you, Trips, by Ice Cold Magician.
Is Scott Glenn the one like?
Is the Scott Glenn one good like the Denzel version?
Oh, it's similar to where he's has a tortured military past and is suckered into bodyguarding this kid, develops relationship, kid gets kidnapped, non-hilarity ensues on his rampage to find his friend. So it's the same premise, but different.
Mm-hmm.
The same thing, from a 1987, Italy to a 1990, whatever that was, Denzel, South America. Those differences in language and customs and the way the police, work and act. How the conspiracies work with the kidnapping rings and such.
The funniest part about what you're describing right now is just that, like, it really screams to the fact that Hollywood is almost completely devoid of
new ideas.
Bro. They went back to a 1950s.
Dude, that is such a kid. You don't realize how profound that is. You don't know that there's a whole little army of people that's enthusiasts of Hollywood and movies and genres and shows and all this kind of stuff. They're screaming to the top of their lungs like, these dudes is not right, man. They can't come up with any original. It's flooded with a whole bunch of. It's like reused tires, man. It's like, God, leave, man. Where's the people? They're blocking out the real talent. Yeah. People like ourselves that can come up with original thought and can apply that to a storyline and give new concepts to the industry. They're so pregnant with themselves, bro.
100 billion%.
Nobody else can break into that.
I've been saying this forever, and it's just again what you described is just another example. I didn't realize that. Like Equalizer is another example. These are both titles that had existed in multiple phases before they became what they sort of became. The Office, as a for instance, existed in England, tried true, tested in England before it came to the US. The list of stuff like this is it's actually rampant, and it's kind of wild to really realize that again.
There's a handful of stuff that I think deserves a remake because people would want to see how would the next version of this look like. And then there's other stuff which is obvious, like you can't think of nothing else better but to remake this.
High School Magician is not buying Queen Latifah's judo.
Yeah, that's another one, man. Like that's some bullshit right there.
Yeah, I couldn't dig it, man, either, man.
And I don't dislike Queen Latifah, but that's some bullshit, bro.
It's nothing personal, Queen, man. Big ups to you for all sorts of things.
Latifah in command, but not on Equalizer. She's not.
No.
I can think of some of the original shows, like Kung Fu. That's some bullshit.
Now, do you remember the original? Well, the Robert McCall drove Michael Caine drove the Jaguar. It came on CBS.
What are you talking about?
The Equalizer.
Oh yeah, I remember the Michael Caine version. Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Why the fuck do we need to redo the Knight Rider and shit?
Well, that was dope.
Miami Vice. Why do we need
to redo the Knight Rider? David Hasselhoff. Come on, legendary.
You can't
redo it though, man.
The Knight Rider is one thing. Miami Vice, you can't really redo.
But they did already.
Huh?
They did already.
I know, but did it work? Like, did it land? Is really my point.
Why do we need to do that, man?
I mean, you don't. Like, you like. This is what I'm saying. Like, somebody should be sitting around going, "That's dumb." Like, I just want to be that guy.
No,
you know what I mean. I just want to be that guy who's like, "No, that's dumb. Let's not."
I guarantee somebody was there saying water. Guarantee somebody told them it was dumb.
You think so?
Did it anyway because they're pregnant with each other.
I don't know, man. I'm just saying, like, Miami Vice was a thing because it really created it didn't create, but it really leveraged the 80s aesthetic to the fullest. Like, I don't know if anything else
put
really
a lot of money in Phil Collins' pocket.
Phil Collins made mad paper. Glenn Fry is making mad dough to this day off of reruns, including the ones that he's actually physically in. He's starting a couple episodes.
Mm-hmm.
Neon, pastel.
No socks with the shoes.
No socks with the shoes. They did a whole thing. That is as 80s as it comes.
The Miami chicks with the big hair.
Big hair, skinny, like tight
outfits. In about 20 years, somebody's gonna do Bad Boys. Somebody's gonna do Trading Places.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Pretty soon, somebody's gonna do fucking Smokey and the Bandit. All that shit. It's gonna be.
Now.
No, it's gonna happen.
New Dukes of Hazzard.
Trading Places. Those two movies you just mentioned there, I'll be very upset.
What?
I'll be very upset.
With what?
For like Trading Places is one of my favorite movies of all time. You can't. I don't want to see that redone. I don't want to see that redone. I don't want to see that redone. It is a classic. Don't redo that. What was the other one you just named? Burt Reynolds. Oh, Smokey and the Bandit, man. You really can't touch. I don't think anybody. And like it's just a thing to say. And it's not because Burt Reynolds is particularly like a good actor. I just don't think anybody could ever sit in the same seat as Burt Reynolds successfully and pull it off.
Well, that was a different place.
Maybe George Clooney, but George Clooney's like, pushing.
No, he's too old already.
You know what I mean? He's pushing 60. I don't think anybody could really pull off a like Burt Reynolds was so alpha, man. Ain't nobody that alpha nowadays. These boys wearing dresses and stuff. Nobody's that out.
Tight ass pants.
Man, Burt Reynolds would laugh all these motherfuckers right out the anyhow. I'm sorry.
All right. We got one record to get to before we get out.
Hey, shout out to the people over in the aforementioned France, the 101 degrees over there. They ain't got no air conditioning, so y'all be safe. Then also a shout out to the people in Venezuela, who 7+ on the Richter scale earthquake going on down there. So y'all be safe.
Wow. We need to. Oh wow.
Yo, somebody in the U.S. is Somebody in the U.S. is laughing because I bet you just
let me just leave
just
that
made
alone.
drilling for oil a hell of a lot easier.
All right. Let me just say this. I'll start this conversation off like this.
Oh, classic.
This one record probably changed hip-hop culture forever. And I don't know, depending on who you are and how you sit on this thing, it might feel a certain way to you, might not. I'm just gonna leave it there before everybody gets a chance to talk.
I don't know what to say about this one.
All right. Well, before you do, let me give you the track list, and for those that are listening,
appreciate that.
We are looking at the album of The Chronic by Dr. Dre. And the track list, The Chronic intro, Fuck with Dre Day, and everybody's celebrating. Let Me Ride, The Day the Niggas Took Over, Nothing But a G Thing, Baby. These Nuts, Lil Ghetto Boy, A Nigga with a Gun,
You gotta say the N-word, bro.
It's the name of the record. Okay.
You got to say it. Yeah, come on, man.
All right.
Use a good job.
$20 sack pyramid. Lyrical gangbang. High powered. The Doctor's Office. Strander on Death Row. The Roach. Chronic outro. And Bees Ain't S. Go ahead, kids.
But and tricks. Okay, so this is a classic album for multiple different reasons. First reason is really it's your tried, true, and tested departure, and departure from what was Death Row Records and introduction to Snoop Dogg and the Dogg Pound. That's really what this album is. Dr. Dre, you're a brilliant man for sort of standing in front of this and being the figurehead in front of it to really make a larger and grander name for yourself. That was well played, sir. But again, this is mostly carried by Snoop, Nate Dogg, Daz and Corrupt, and the Lady of Rage. I'm trying to think if anybody else was really involved in this but I think that's really
RBX. Don't forget RBX.
RBX is on this album a couple of times too. You're correct, and Nate Dizzy, I think Nate Dogg's on there too somewhere.
They're all over it.
Well, if Nate Dogg's there, Warren G can't be that far away.
He
was instrumental in this too.
He's not far. I think he may have added some actual production chops to this, but I don't.
And now wasn't also not D.O. to the C.
Doc.
So
Doc was a writer, big time.
So the Doc wrote a lot of Dre's raps,
and
and Snoop did as well. You're right.
No, he wrote some of Snoop shit.
Oh, did he? I didn't realize that.
Yeah,
I didn't realize that.
He was basically he was the muse of DOC. Snoop was.
Yeah. I hear what you're saying. DOC was just to give a little bit of legend him. His album as a one-off was an amazing album as well. Again, being a young Jamaican kid, I immediately resonate with that on the West. Loved that album, loved his style.
It's the Diggy Doc, y'all.
Brilliant album, man. Just the way that he conducted business was awesome. But it's unfortunate that he had an accident that I believe was a boating accident that wound up crushing his larynx. It really
fucked up.
It was a car accident.
Yeah. It was a car accident, not boating?
No, it was a car accident.
It was a car accident?
It was an accident, but all his vocals was done.
Yeah, so the larynx was basically crushed, and unfortunately, he sounded nothing like he'll never sound like he used to sound, and that really affected him. So he got into just writing because he couldn't record, and wrote a bunch of the stuff on this LP. All that being said, this LP came off in a very special way. This was.
Think about you can talk. Just for a second, kids.
Mm-hmm.
You can talk, and how my voice comes off right now, how your voice comes off, and Trips comes off, has texture to it.
Doc, you can hear Doc's voice, and they're talking about the DOC. His larynx was crushed. That gives your voice texture and layers, and and now he has to kind of reach above the larynx so that you can hear him. You can. He made a couple records, and
Yeah, he's repped
I mean,
since.
it's sad, man. You talking about? I think you still have Snoop, but I think Snoop is a subsidiary to the DOC because he was that dope. He was that dope. He was your next superstar.
The DOC?
Oh yeah.
I think he was a superstar as it was. It was just he just needed
With one record.
He that's what I'm saying. He just needed a follow-up record. I can't at the time. I'm really trying to think now. So there was NWA, and DOC was the only solo artist to pop off on that on Death Row. He blew I'll say that, but I guess Eazy-E popped off too. But once more, that's 1,000,000,000% all written by Ice Cube. As a solo artist, writing your own music, etc., DOC was the guy, and he would have been the guy if this accident didn't happen. He'd probably still be the guy to this day. Like, I'm just saying.
He'd have Snoop's career.
I think he probably. Well, I don't know if he'd have Snoop's career. He'd definitely be alongside
Snoop. If Doc was Doc, Snoop would have never been in that spot.
That's probably a good way of looking at it too. Probably a good way. So it is very interesting when you look back at this whole thing. That unfortunately, what happened to DOC did, and it turned into this album. I say unfortunately, but fortunately for all of us, we got this album, right? Like this album is a straight up classic from beginning to end. Again, with some hilarious skits, just general sense of humor. Daz and Corrupt doing both of what they do, as far as production and MCing is concerned. I love both of those artists. Just the introduction to them is a great thing. And Rage just being Rage, man. Rage was kind of a wild card, just freestyle bombing all over this album, right?
My Afro puff.
Rage.
Rock on with your bad self.
You know what? Even though the second Chronic album, Chronic 2, was a smash, it was a success. People will still tell you it was a dope ass record, but it wasn't like the first one. The nostalgia of a moment in time, a space in time. It's like the last time you got with your homeboys or your family, and it was that space and time, and it was so fucking funny. We had such a good time, and this is what came out of it. That moment, right? Everybody wants them to recreate that moment, and you can't.
It's right.
Impossible.
You're right.
Like people are different at this point.
Yes, it's been done.
I love that second album for completely different reasons than I love this album. Again, this album really truly created something, right? It created a sound. It created a group of artists and introduced them to the world, and that's really what this was, much more so than anything else to me. I can't quite say the same thing for the Chronic 2, as much more of a, hey, here's some dope established artists and let's put them together and see what happens.
Different assembly of people, man.
Yeah, it was much more of an assembly of people. This was an introduction to a sound. It was an introduction to the Dog Pound, to Snoop.
But then it also was an introduction to, Dr. Dre to enter a licensing deal, on the level with George Foreman and his grill, by signing with Beats, and the millions upon millions upon millions of dollars that partnership has, paid him, which was based on, just the sound of the Chronic, because it's like, oh shit, Dr. Dre, that was his sound, that G-Funk, kind of, West Coast with his sound, and that's right when Beats is coming out, and the rest, as they say, is history.
Yeah.
I mean, on top of that, just to go back into the record, man, the guy that doesn't really get all the credit, and he's out there on a crusade now about that, is Daz in his production.
Daz should get all the credit.
Daz Dillinger.
Yeah, Daz is probably like out of anybody on this album or future Death Row stuff. Daz is the unsung hero, include like in a major way, including the much of the Tupac Shakur stuff, right? Tupac, when he came out and was supposed to do a lot of work with Dre just didn't. I'm not sure what happened.
He was leaving Death Row at the time. He was getting the fuck away from them.
That's right.
Yeah, Dre was smart enough to be like, yeah, Suge Knight, bad news.
He's a Snoop. I mean, Suge was a degenerate, man, and he knew it.
Well, it wasn't hard to determine, but he needed a degenerate to get out of the original deal with Easy, right? Like he actually needed him in that capacity, so it worked, right? Suge hung a certain somebody off a balcony and shook him for some money, and next thing you know, a couple million here, a couple million there, and you got a record label. And that's part of this, that's part of the story of this.
Totally.
If you Dr. Dre and you got all these credits for these great records, and you have this pedigree and cachet, now you're associating yourself with this degeneracy that's constantly, turning a good situation into something poison. And you keep seeing it over and over and over again. At some point, you don't care if it's Tupac, goddamn Bob Dylan, you don't care what artist, Stevie Wonder, I don't give a fuck who they. I'm getting away from here.
Well,
that's how Dre had a plan there, kids, man, because he saw the dealing with the dark side as a means to an ends, and he didn't get wrapped up into it and get suckered in and stay with it. He was like, I got my means, here's my ends, I'm out.
Well,
what could have happened if this guy wasn't such a degenerate? Maybe they could have took over.
Well, a lot of bad things could have.
The degenerates abound, my friend, and this is kind of why Dre wound up leaving to work with Jimmy Iovine and do his own thing, right? That's really what. So Eazy-E, in connection with Jerry, decided more or less, I don't want to pay these guys like that. Like I can't put it on Easy, but in the end, they weren't paying Dre and they weren't paying Ice Cube. It's why Ice Cube left. That was the issue. So they leave that label, form their own label, and then the exact same thing happens. But this time it's Suge, because Suge is doing dumb shit, going to jail and having to pay bail at exorbitant amounts of money. This doesn't help the record label, right? A lot of that money went to just absolute BS. And when I say went to BS, it's just me saying it didn't really go to the artists at all. And that was, again, that was Dre's beef. So Dre's like, all right, I'm gonna up and bail from this joint too. So he up and he leaves. But in the interim, Tupac's angry because Tupac's saying, why can't I get beats from Dre? Like, I came here for Dre. Why can't I get beats from Dre? And the unsung hero is saying, well, you can get beats from me. Let me make some dope beats. I'll make a dope ass beat. You can get beats from me.
I got you. Don't worry about it.
I got you, bro. Let me get you a dope ass beat. And what do you think happens to the guy who's making all the dope ass beats? Well, ain't nobody paying him either, right? If they weren't paying Dr. Dre, they sure as hell ain't paying Daz Dillinger. So Daz Dillinger actually had to go to bat for himself and sue the label. Many years later,
he was smart as fuck. Not only did he do that, but he embedded himself into the situation where he was in control of the studio time for other people, and with not only himself but with other people, and that gives you. This is at the time when they're doing reel to reels and shit like that, and you got to splice tape and all that kind of stuff to make the sounds come together and all that. You don't get so much time on a reel to reel but on digital, you kind of can stretch out unlimited.
Yeah, you can bounce tracks. You're right.
Yeah. And so he's in there while all that shit's going on. All of a sudden, Reggie Wright, one of the security guys, is kind of he got given the mantle of, I'm gonna let you run Death Row. And so he took over the administrative wing of Death Row while Suge was in jail. And the production side of what was coming out of Death Row was left in charge of Daz. Daz is in charge of all that music that's down there in vaults and safes and all that. And when the feds ran in there, Daz kind of saw it coming. And he got a whole bunch of
moved
reels and almost all of Tupac's catalog with Death Row and ran about that thing. Wow. And he ended up with pretty much more than anybody else could have had if they was with Death Row. He ended up with it all.
So, moral of the story is he made a couple of smart moves, but the smartest was suing the label itself and getting his take for all, because, who was to say that Tupac Shakur was going to blow up and his songs would be,
everybody
popular?
Everybody knew that.
No.
Everybody knew that.
No.
Tupac was like a goddamn whole solar system within himself. Everybody knew Tupac shit was going to blow up.
So the reason why I'm saying they didn't is because he had 2 semi-flop albums before he started to blow up.
You can't.
Was Tupacalypse Now a hit album?
No, there was a couple joints, but overall, no.
No. What I'm saying is anybody can see. Anybody with eyes can see that guy's career, where it was going. Because not only because of what the songs he made is one thing and the records he made is one thing, but his personality and how it translated.
Of course.
He was a fucking supernova and everybody knew that.
I'm not trying to take anything away from him. I'm just trying to say that Daz didn't necessarily know what he was building into. And years later, after this young man unfortunately passes, rest in peace, it blows into something else. It's a worldwide phenomenon that he helped create and wasn't getting anything for.
So what you're saying to me is, and it's probably true to an extent, Tupac was a cultural phenomenon in a certain community for a time being. With us,
for a time being, to this day, right? Like
no, hold on. Now you're going too far.
Really?
Tupac is very international now, and he was international. He started to become that with that last album. No, second to last album he made before Machiavelli. All Eyes on Me. First time ever done a dual CD.
A double CD, yeah.
Yeah, so he was already on that trajectory. So he was dopest thing in the world to people in the hood and black people. He became way more international through the spots he did in movies and shows and all that kind of stuff. All that shit was working in his favor. And what do you call it? After his death.
Posthumous.
Yeah. After his death, that's when the mushroom cloud happened.
Yeah. It's very, very, very.
But you can see
much what I'm saying.
For sure.
Very much what I'm saying. Like I listened to the early albums because I was a Digital Underground fan. To be honest with you, I thought they were okay, but there was they weren't anything super special. But when you get towards in and around when his acting career sort of started to take off, he really became a cultural icon and a cultural phenomenon. But really,
well, you know why, kids?
Why?
Well, what were we talking about earlier as far as maturity? By that time, he had lived some life, done some things, seen some different sides of society, the legal system. He went from, getting by to being a, touring, musician now.
So you're talking about
as the subject matter of his music started to mature, then he started to get more pro community, more, pro black, and so he was maturing. So his music was maturing along with him. and he still had his same flow and his same cadence, but his subject matter, while he maintained a street edge to him, to that side of him. We also saw him looking to the future and to the babies and to all that.
What's interesting is a lot of that is actually covered in the early albums. He does. I'm not sure if he experienced sort of a maturity boost. I'm really not, and the early albums are very similar in scope as far as sort of dealing with the black community, dealing with like a lot of the subject matter is actually the same. The beats are terrible though. Like to put that out there, the beats are not the same.
One of his main problems.
Wait, hold on now. Y'all know Tupac has nothing to do with the Chronic, right? And we just went way off.
But we did go way off. I was really trying to talk about Daz Dillinger very specifically and how he was done wrong.
Well, where you got it wrong, the only part that I think you got it wrong is just assuming that Daz or anybody else didn't know where this shit was going. No, they knew. And I'm gonna tell you why. I done done this.
Maybe Daz knew the whole time, but I mean,
why I know they knew.
The future.
The minute and the second Tupac was getting bonded out when Suge paid his shit. And he was coming to Death Row, signed with Death Row, and coming to Death Row. You know how many producers they had in that building? Not only did they have Dr. Dre, they had tons of dudes.
Yeah.
DJ Quick being another guy. Daz being another guy. There was Warren G that was in and out of that thing. It was all kinds of dudes in there that was making records. You know what happened? The minute Tupac got out, everybody knew that Snoop's album had came out, right? Snoop's album came out. Everything was all pro Snoop. It was all about, Death Row was all about Snoop. And the next person that was supposed to come out was the Lady of Rage. And this is how the story goes. They all stopped. And then was going to be the Dog Pound and then on and on and on, RBX and everybody else. You know what happened? All those great artists, they had DJ Quick in there. They had Miss LA. They had Casey and JoJo. They had Jodeci. They had all kinds of acts up in there. They had Left Eye from TLC. All kinds of acts in there. The minute and the second Tupac got out of jail, every other record got stopped. Every producer in that thing, every writer in that thing was deemed to every record goes to Tupac now. That's how they knew. They knew. Fucking trust me, Daz knew.
What's weird about this is the level of production that Daz wound up doing on this album versus any other producer. I mean, on not just that album, but on his like Tupac's albums is heavy. Like he did a lot of the production. A lot of those other folks who would, I know Domino Quick was not really affiliated, but he would do production for them. I mean, there's a lot of guys out there who would do production. I can't remember who I think it's
Johnny J is all over it.
There's a ton of guys who
Quick has got some records in
Battle Cat. There's a lot of guys, but to be honest with you, not a lot of them wound up doing production for Pac. It's just a fact. Which is why I was saying I don't know if Daz knew. I'm not saying he didn't know. I'm saying I don't know if
he knew.
If he knew, more power to him. But here he is looking at a situation posthumously that, wait a minute, I'm part of a cultural phenomenon. I put, these are my beats. My fingerprints are all over this thing, and I should be paid for it. And I was never compensated effectively. It's still going on to this day after this man has unfortunately passed away. And what am I getting for it?
You know what's bad about it, kids? Guess who owns Death Row and all that catalog right now? Snoop, his own goddamn cousin.
Oh, that's right. Snoop bought it more recently.
Playing with him.
I knew somebody else bought it, and then I forgot Snoop purchased it.
Playing with him. Won't give him his credits. Bullshitting him. They're at war right now about it. But that's a whole other thing. The Chronic is a timepiece, man. It really is, man.
Is Daz the cousin or is Corrupt the cousin?
No, it's
I thought it was
Dad.
Corrupt.
No, it's Dad.
Okay.
His dad's Corrupt was the homeboy. Corrupts is the lyricist, man. He's
I thought it was the other way around, but I can be wrong.
His dad's. That's they mother and they both of their mothers are sisters or mother. Anyway, they first cousins. However that plays out, but dad's you can hear it in some of the songs. Something. It's my little cousin dad's and he's effing my hoe. Yo, and that's Snoop rapping. You know, I can't think of the name of it. I mean, yeah, but yeah, they family. RBX is their family too.
I thought that. Yeah, I knew there was some family in there. I just wasn't sure if it was. I knew one of the Dog Pound guys was related to Snoop. I wasn't sure which one. It's been a minute since I gave a fuck. I'll just be real. And RBX is also, I believe, like an uncle or something like that. He's related directly.
He's their big cousin.
Big cousin. Okay. But yeah, I mean, long story short, awesome album. Absolute classic. If you haven't listened to this album from front to back, do yourself a favor, do it. You know, it is a cool introduction to a lot of very high caliber artists over the last 20 years. Maybe 30. I'm not sure how old this album is now. It might be 30 years old or close to it. Take a look. Daz Dillinger, Corrupt the Kingpin, Corrupt is dangerous. He is a definite lyricist in any style. Daz, personally, I've always leaned towards his flow. He's got a really cool AF flow that I lean towards and always have. Really appreciate his production. His beats are awesome on his solo efforts too. Again, a little bit less from Rage or RBX over the years. Then you get into the Nate Dogg and Warren G situation, which is again a pretty cool, you know, LP, if not 2-ish, something like that. But yeah, this is really this is really where West Coast rap came to be right here.
Let me say this before, because I'd be remiss not to say it. A big reason why this whole thing went kaput and just exploded in front of everybody was the gang culture in LA too. You know, the blue and the red, you know, flaming red against the blues. And you got Suge, who's running the entire thing, and all his, you know, bringing all his street stuff up in there, and the people that he know who are Bloods, and pretty much every artist there, everybody that had anything to do with the Chronic blowing up was all blue, all Crips. And you had that dichotomy going on while all this stuff was being produced. So you had fights in there, you had shootouts, you had all kinds of wild shit going on up in there. The stories are endless.
Mm-hmm.
So you want to talk about a recipe for disaster? It's that shit. It's that you talk. Suge was the dumbest, most gangster, but dumb, man. He's dumb. At some point, you had to know that this shit has to stop in order for this thing to keep growing. And he just continued. He just proliferated the shit even worse every chance he got. I mean, I remember a story Dr. Dre said in the interview. He was just like, man, he just F's up everything, man. No matter what he does, wherever he goes is an F up. And he how you mess up that amount of money when they worth $600-700 million and only put out a handful of records?
Well, that's not that hard. He's not a.
I mean, it's not that hard, man. That's you talk about generational wealth.
I'll tell you why it's not that hard. He's not a money guy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Bring it in.
Suge Knight's a football player. He's an ex-football player. He's an ex-bodyguard. He's not a money genius. He made his money again in small note being a bodyguard, in small note being a football player, in large note bodyguarding for folks like Prince, etc.
Dr. Dre is not a money guy, but he's worth billions at this point.
You know why?
That's where that shit goes to fly.
No. He's a money.
That means somebody was wise enough to slow the fuck down and start doing some shit.
No, Dre's the money guy.
No,
he's not a money guy.
Hold on a minute. Dre got with a money guy.
Exactly.
That's what happened.
Money people.
If you remember the story, Dre got fucked over, left the label, got fucked over, left the label. The third time he leaves a label, he gets his own label, but from a money guy.
Right.
And the money guy is the guy who said, "Hey, Dre, I'm talking to Beats right now. I'm talking to Apple."
What do you think? Suge didn't have those same connects?
No.
Suge
wasn't about no licensing deal.
He wouldn't even have a record without Jimmy Iovine.
Who?
Without who?
Jimmy Iovine.
Who wouldn't have a record without Jimmy?
Suge. Jimmy Iovine was the one that pushed this all through.
Look,
Dick Gregory, Jimmy Iovine.
You're right, but that doesn't mean that doesn't mean that Jimmy Iovine gave a fuck about Suge Knight, that he was close to Suge Knight, or that he even liked Suge Knight.
Now, fucking Jimmy was smart.
And Jimmy is a money guy.
And you see how much
he attached himself
licensing deal got?
He attached himself to what he thought was the host, which he was right, and that's Dr. Dre.
Well, yeah, but that licensing deal, Suge Knight, they were about the street life. They weren't about, future investments and long-term licensing and, NIL deals at the time. That wasn't Suge's lane. No. They was about the street business, but not long-term business.
You kind of nailed it, Nomad, because Suge was more of like how it's spun is Suge was more of a guy who could sort of keep some of that blue and red beef at bay. Because of his stature, because of his affiliations, he also had a connection to a very powerful Crip that folks don't really talk about. I believe he's an older gentleman. He was in a wheelchair, but he got shot up in a blood Crip situation. But he was a very powerful Crip, and he used to funnel money to this guy to keep the blues at bay. And this is the type of stuff that Suge was decent at from a street level perspective, and that helps a lot of this pop off.
You talking about a blood that where he got all the front money to make Death Row, and his name, I can't think of his name right now, but he's out now and trying to claim his rights to.
No, not the blood, but I know who you're talking about. There's a Crip too. Snoop. Suge tried to keep he tried to keep game cool as best as he could on both sides. Is he affiliated with Pyru? Absolutely, that's his side. But there's another guy who that he had to pay off to keep shit straight. And he that I wish I could remember this guy's name, man. But
it probably had to be Michael Concepcion.
That
I know this whole story.
That might be the name, actually. I think it is. But anyways, that's part of how things popped off. And in the end, just facts of the matter, given all the money he had, given all the money Easy had, Easy at least had the ear of a money guy. I'll give him that. I don't think Suge ever did. Suge just happened to get money.
Suge would have never been where he's at without having the ear of money people. So he had it. He just squandered it, is all.
That might be a great way of looking at it, but what I'm trying to say is that Dre was in a position and was connected enough to the money guy for the money guy to call him and say, "Hey, look, I'm going to invest in this thing. Do you want a piece of it?"
They would have stayed. The money people would have stayed with Death Row and kept funneling that thing until Dr. Dre decided, okay, I'm finna part ways. And then one of the money guys that said, you know what? Hey, I'm going wherever he goes. He's responsible for what this shit sounds like and why it's selling and making money. So I'm gonna attach myself to the host. That's what money people do. They're fucking maggots.
Wow.
That's what they're good at, attaching themselves to the host.
That's a really mean thing to call Jimmy, because Jimmy's the guy.
He's a maggot.
I disagree with that.
He's a maggot.
Hold on.
Would you call Clive Davis a good person?
Be cool.
All right, man.
There's a reason why
we got to close the show, but
we do. I'm just saying.
No credit they don't deserve.
I'm only giving him this much credit now, and just follow me. I'm just saying, he went back and made a deal with Dre that put Dre in a position to be the guy he is now, right? Like that's where I'm giving Jimmy a little.
Billionaire gives off some crumbs and made somebody a billionaire.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Let's move on.
But remember, this is the guy that he hooked up and helped was the guy who got fucked over by two other guys who were supposed to
talented people who should have the super billions just get crumbs.
Most of the time.
Yeah, okay.
You and I are both aware of this.
I don't like that frame.
I'm in full agreement with you there.
So, hey man, last thoughts about Trips. Any last thoughts about the Chronic cultural phenomenon and the impact it had on music? I think you can't talk
it's iconic. You know, when it dropped, it was like, oh shit, this sound, you know, West Coast, a lot of other, you know, work spawned from it. So yeah, it's you know, Dr. Dre, the Chronic. You know, and I like the simplicity of the album, just Dre looking at you, his name and the title, and that's it.
You had to have, you imagine having come from the NWA background, Eazy-E, Ice Cube, all that surrounding, and the phenomenon that it was by itself, and having the chutzpah to separate yourself from it because you had to, because you wasn't getting the money you was supposed to get, and going to making another record label and having the confidence in your name. That's he was proud enough of his name and what the cachet that it brought. He titled their first record him and called it The Chronic. This was bold. Like, Dre, you're a producer. Why would you name your record Dr. Dre, The Chronic? Why would you name it something else? And you know, he was the most notable person. And so likely that's probably the best thing they could have done, and it worked. Even though the record really had nothing to do with him vocally, as you know, for the most part, it had everything to do with everybody else, but putting him, his face, his name on it, sold that record, and everybody else was accepted because he was involved. That's how dope of a producer he was.
Absolutely. No arguments there.
That's just crazy, man. But hey, man, I enjoyed this night. I was not ready for what was going to happen tonight because, again, I told y'all, man, I was real pushed for time, and I just kind of threw some stuff together so we can have conversations in here. But I enjoyed it, man. It was fun. Fun. It was a good conversation all over the place too. The food scene from Chef Trips, great, man. He got me thinking. About some shit, man. He had us talking about it afterwards. But without further ado, man, let's go and pass this thing around the kids and let's go on around the horn and close this thing out the right way.
Well, thanks again for kicking it with us on a Wednesday night for some extra sauce. Be here next week, Wednesday, when we do it all over again. And at the same time, check us out on Sunday for Nomad at Night. Give a like, share, subscribe right here at the Nomad Network, at Keds the Canuck, and at Sports Chicago Style, my guy down beneath me there. Give us a little bit of love. We would appreciate that. Like, share, subscribe, and maybe a comment or two. All that to say, you know, proof is in the pudding when it comes to this Bears season, but I think we are all excited and have interesting expectations. I think great things will happen, and I can't wait to see them transpire. Outside of that, I'm not dying of hunger right now, and I really thought I would be a crotchety jerk this entire show, and so far I've been all right. So I need some water, and I'll drink it, and I'll go to sleep. And I suggest you do the same.
Hey, right on. By the way, though, before you go, man, people that have not subscribed to the channel that's watching the show, watching all these channels, Kids Canuck, Sports Chicago Style, Chef Trips, and the Nomad Network, what are y'all doing? Y'all better hurry up and subscribe to these channels. You know what? Before
Get the hell out of here before I kick your little ass.
Damn.
Mm.
Hurry up. Hit the
You know, I
subscribe.
was thinking, man, a bacon cheeseburger crunch wrap or a Italian sausage and beef combo crunch wrap. Crunch wraps are just very versatile, very versatile.
See, you can really get down with that. I'm telling you, it's a food truck waiting to happen.
You know? So a shout out to Chef Trips and his channel at Chef Trips. Give him a subscribe over there, and then Sports Chicago Style, or find us on YouTube at RRSCS. And also announcement. Tomorrow night I'll be dipping in with BCP, Bears Country podcast, over there on the Barroom Network with Uncle Fucker Foster and P to the J and Carl and Shorty, and we're gonna see what kind of catnip they on over there tomorrow night. So come on through 8 p.m. Central, and then see you Sunday, and as well as the content on the various channels. Indeed.
I know.
All right. So again, man, great night. I had a good time. I did not expect it to really go this far, to be honest with you, because I just was very unprepared because I've been busy, but I enjoyed the content, man. Again, the chef was excellent tonight. Got me thinking about some stuff. This is a great conversation, man. I did not expect it, but that's sometimes what happens when three people who have a variety of points of view, man, happen to come together on a show like this, man. That's what makes it special. So all the people that don't watch the show, or you want them to watch the show, but you haven't told them, share the content with them. Because it's always going to be a conversation, no matter when we're together on these shows. It's going to be a conversation that you probably want to get with every time, whether it's the Bears or whether it's an alien, whether it's anything. Dr. Dre, Snoop, it's always something interesting going on this show, because we got great symmetry, and that's what we do around here. But I got to leave you guys with these famous words: love, peace, and hair grease, y'all.